Hello, everyone. This is a little different. I am joined by one member of the Heroes of Highgale tonight. Let me adjust your camera slightly so that it is... There we go. My name is Ethan. I am your GM as always, but I am not, as always, joined by all 6 of the Heroes of Highgale. We have a little special mini session that we're doing here. Just me and Cory J. Phillips portraying Shin.
Yeah, I'm doing the thing in D&D you shouldn't do and still staying split from the party.
But it's gonna be so good.
It's gonna be so good.
So,
this is gonna be a good session, guys.
Usual announcements apply. You can listen to past episodes on Go Buff Yourself. This is an 18-plus stream still for content, and the specific warnings can still be found. Yeah, I'm ready to get into this episode. So I think that's all.
Too.
I think that's all we gotta say. And we're still gonna run that intro video though because it's so good. So let's go ahead and run that intro video.
Ivor is burning, and you've got front row seats.
We have provided you with the signs and portents for you to prepare for our coming.
Devil, not demon. Devils are worse.
If I die today, I die well next to you.
If you can be made, then you can be unmade.
Zariel has a bit of a temper.
I will destroy you.
Devils have knocked at our door. It is time we knock back.
We don't die today.
Wrath is the whetstone that sharpens the blade of your purpose to a razor's edge. I claim what was the Moon Maiden's as mine now. Ah, mortals! Desperate, loud, flailing. You care for this one, don't you? There is not one of you too pure to fall. Oh, you are brave. They all were. Your end comes in 7 days. Truly, your only hope of survival is servitude. Perhaps you'll find shelter beneath the boot of your chosen master. Kneel, serve, and find sanctuary.
Shin of the Skyfist sails over Thaval-Ahim. Clouds hundreds of meters below you. Old Thaval-Ahim, first terrace, second, third, cloud markets, the area of the dawn, the shard path. They all seem peaceful. Normal days. But as Shin flies over the 4th terrace, the low terrace, foreigner's terrace, it's a very different scene. Countless families carrying belongings, holding each other, as they obey the most recent edict of the Pinnacle Court. Let the low terrace be emptied by sunrise tomorrow. Why? It didn't say. But an order of the Pinnacle Court is not defied lightly in normal times, let alone now. Shin, where are you going?
Shin flying over this column of people leaving the town, the stream. He, using his inner chi mixed with the magic that Lorwryn and Kalista had imbued upon, makes a streak across the sky, his wings as large as he can force them to be, a silvery trail streaking across the sky. And he does a low dip, maybe 20 feet above this column, going straight down it.
Gasps, sounds of shock. Look, Mommy! Few children point up. You, oh, what's that? And as you are flying in this very obvious display, you immediately perceive a number of members of the Skywatch take quick interest in you because there is heavy patrol, heavy guard around the low terrace right now. How do you avoid them if you do? And if not, what do you do? As you see several start to fly down after you.
So Shin, knowing how everything, how everything works, he activates his boots of speed and shoots into the stratosphere. So he does this large arc, and it just out of their distance, just none of them can touch him, and he just keeps using it, and he's going so far, so fast up into the sky. But before he does, while he's making this arc upwards, he looks down at the column. He's towards the front, I assume at this point. He's getting close to the front, or at least he hopes he is. And he uses his years of training to be able to split his focus. And he uses his insight to see key people that other people are looking to. Like whenever things are happening, he notices if eyes dart to singular people and notates them as he goes by.
Love this. Could you make me an insight check? As you're doing that, activating boots of speed, the Skywatch of Thaval-Ahim get their abilities of flight through partnership with air elementals, and air elementals can fly extremely fast, but you have no hope of catching you. And as half a dozen members of the Skywatch trail you in pursuit, a cheer goes up from that train at seeing the Skywatch bested, at seeing someone that they couldn't touch. What did you get on that insight check?
I would like to use, if I'm allowed, my inspiration
Yes, you
for
are.
this session. It was not a nat 1, but I feel like this is probably something I want really badly.
Okay.
It was the same exact roll twice.
What is it, though?
It's a 15, because he has a
15.
plus 9 on his insight.
Still a very good roll. You said your goal before arcing up as you were looking over people was to try to make it to the front of the train.
To note everyone else was looking towards, the leaders, the influential people. Because though generally when something major happens, people look, especially the weak, the easily influenced, will look to whoever they hold in regard.
Absolutely. There are so many. Because some of the people are simply matriarchs or patriarchs of their family, their small clan. Others seem to be individuals that have the respect of many. And a number of these leaders, not all, but you're able to identify some by the look that they give you as you sail overhead. Yes, a few of them join in the cheering, but as you soar low overhead in this act of defiance, you're able to see in their eyes that they see in you something more than just a momentary victory, perhaps, in this moment. You can see in their eyes the defiance hasn't been fully snuffed out of them, even as they lead their families, others, away from their home. That ember is still in there.
So he arcs from the line into the sky, makes one last display, wings spread as wide, blinding, like creating as much of a spectacle as he can, silvery light coming out of him, he pouring his key into it, and then immediately shuts it off and dives.
And by the time you've gotten to the front, to the head of this train, it's already gotten 2 or so miles walking down the mountain, and you fly high overhead, wings arcing, wings spreading, this loud dragon roar, and then you fall. And what do you do as you fall?
Is there trees around?
Yes, at this point, especially because you've flown a little outside of Thaval-Ahim, there are those, high, those trees that, they're small trees. This
But
high
no thick
up,
vegetation.
No, not this high up. It's a lot of that moss that you get at this
He
post
lands
area.
in front because he has slow fall. So he slow falls towards the end and lands straight in front of the line and darts into the crowd and starts to just mix in with everyone. He, with sleight of hand, lifts a kind of a hood off of somebody, places it over himself.
As you land here in this alpine region of the Belt of the World, just 2 or so miles down from Thaval-Ahim, as you land here near the front of the train, could you make me a stealth check with advantage, please?
That is an 18.
18. You grab a cloak, and as you start to put the hood up, the person next to you, a Goliath woman, as you pull your hood up, she pulls it a little bit more, concealing your face even more than you had. The members of the Skywatch who had been pursuing you drop down to about 40 feet, both in front of and ahead of the front of the train. And as they do, the people at the front all point, but they didn't coordinate it as to which direction they would point. And one of them started to point in the wrong direction, and a late 50s man, long gray beard, pulls that one's arm down. He flew that way. Gotta make a deception check for him. Okay. As he says this, one of the members of the Skywatch, "You're lying. He fell down among your ranks. Where is he?" "He flew that way." The members of the Skywatch look at each other, and the one who was speaking, "Fuck it. It's not worth it. Get the fuck out of Thaval-Ahim and stay the fuck out." Ugh. And they buzz away, or sail away.
Shin watches him go and says to the Goliath woman that helped him, Men like that do not deserve the beauty of the home they reside.
She
And
looks
looks-
at you. A lot of people deserve a lot of things. I found they don't often get them.
But they
That was a
could.
hell of a show you put on there, though.
I appreciate that. But I ask you, noble warrior, they usually don't. But some days, they do. Some days, justice must come for them. And in some moments, if no one else will rise, and he, underneath the cloak shows his missing hand, must stand before unwinnable odds for the chance that they might pay, that justice might be served.
What is it you are suggesting? And as you did land fairly near the front, the train, some people have now started to go around where you have stopped, continuing to move down the mountain. The human who had spoken to the Skywatch, he and his crew, who were at the very front, have turned and walked back to where you and this Goliath are speaking, and they're also listening.
I will not lie to you. Evil is invading our world, and so easily that could be used to be blamed for what is happening to you all today. But I have been in your jails. I have stood against your adjudicators, and what I saw in that jail completely existed before the sins ever came here, before these evil invaded our world. This, and he looks the old man in the eyes, existed long before I came. I have met a girl deep within the jails of the Thaval-Ahim. Emaciated, young, and one of yours. How many of your children have they taken from you? How many of your loved ones, your old, your young, your babies, that have done nothing wrong? And yet they take them anyways. Why? Because you you were born in the wrong place? Because you had families here, and they keep you on a lower terrace? This is not justice. This is not right. This is not freedom. This is not balance. The universe cries out. And too long, for the sake of our loved ones, for the sake of peace, have we just turned a blind eye and dealt with it. But look what that got us. They still took your children anyway. They starve them and torture them. Why? For some undeserved ideal of superiority. Not today. I stood, me, not one of their elven kind, stood before 20 to 30 adjudicators, and they could do nothing before me. It took their high adjudicator and 30 more before I was brought down, and even then, if it wasn't for their magical walls, they would have never caught me. That is what I am capable of, and you all are capable of more. I know there is a risk. I know that what I'm asking of you requires you to risk your sons and daughters and you yourselves. But I ask you, that this risk comes at the reward of what tomorrow may bring. I am not asking you to return to the lower terrace. I'm asking you to take the upper terrace. To take them. Do not settle for the foreign terrace. No, let them have the lower terrace. I ask you, we take the castle. They are for too long. Too many centuries they have stood at the height of undeserving of the beauty they have built, and I think that it is time that the hands that built it reclaim that beauty. Regardless of what you decide, I, at noon, am going to return to that castle, and I am going to take down the High Council. I'm going to stand in defiance of that High Adjudicator. Whether you are there or not.
Cory. Excuse me. Shin. First of all, take 3 luck points. Secondly, as you've been saying this, like I said, people were continuing to come down the mountain, which means where you stopped, where you were shouting this, your potential audience just grew and grew. Which means that while you were shouting this, your potential audience just grew and grew and grew. And so, there is a percentage of those who are leaving who cannot be convinced to fight, just as in any population. Too old, too young, too scared. But I would like you to make me 3 persuasion checks in a row, each one with advantage. I'm going to add the 3 results together, and that is the percentage of people down here who hear this that you will sway. So 3 rolls, each with advantage, and we're adding them up.
D&D Beyond is being really mean to me today. Like,
with advantage?
With advantage. It's being super mean to me today. Hold on. Yeah, no, that's like a 13-13 and a... No, 13-13 and a 7.
So, well, it's 33%, which is not a small number. And those are just the ones here also. So 13, 13, 7. Oh, yeah, 13, 13, 7. So 33%. Oh, that works really well, actually. In terms of a very clean number. 33% ain't bad. You sway more than 33%. But there are some of those who, even though they agree with what you're saying, still, for one reason or another, can't bring themselves to fight. And so, as the wind blows by you, as you have shouted this, a large number of people start to continue descending. But not all. And as more people continue to head down the mountain, that means more people approach who might not have heard what you said the first time. Would you continue to shout this down here? Or would you go elsewhere? Or would you do something else? Just to see your forward-looking plan.
Again, so this is where those moments of those who lead that I had noted. I'm grabbing the ones I noted before.
I would imagine at this point the Goliath woman, the human, there's also a goblin that fairly older, but a fair number of people look to see their response before they agree to stay. And by the time all is said and done with just this initial group, there were about 300, 400 people within earshot. So about 120 people make no move to leave after you finish this speech. Husbands and wives, families with children as young as 13 or 14, but mostly adults, mostly those without kids. There are a couple people who are pretty old, but seem willing to stay and fight for their home.
I can guarantee you, all of you, that no matter what happens today, like a drop in a lake, the ripples will echo throughout history. What we do today, no matter success or fail, will succeed in the end. Because we will show others that there is a time that those who build these structures, that lay the foundation of kings and queens, will rise up against their oppressors. Spread the word to those able-bodied amongst you, those you trust. Tell them that we are taking back our home.
There's a grumble of affirmation, and the Goliath woman pipes up. When do we attack?
Noon. Tomorrow. I will be climbing the steps of the Thaval-Ahim at noon tomorrow. I will fight and kill the High Adjudicator tomorrow at noon. And I cannot say with convince what I heard today.
Was I privy to that conversation about not being in the low
It was
terrace?
said while you were still in the room, yes.
But I believe the High Council intends on either destroying the foreign terrace or using it to destroy you all. I cannot tell you for certain what the plan might be, but I can tell you with utmost certainty that their intentions for you and the foreign terrace, as they put it now, is destruction.
We don't have any weapons. Well,
we will get them.
Most of us. What are we supposed to fight them with? Fists? Rocks?
No. A colony of ants can kill easily predators 10 to 20 times their size. We do not have weapons. We take them from those who have them.
We take them, and he looks up to the sky at the small dots of the sky watch.
We take them from them. Then we raid their armory. I assume there are smiths among us. They know where they are.
There are nods of affirmation. Yeah. I mean, we know where the armory generally is, yeah.
You made them. Go take back your work.
They look a little nervous.
Well, we're supposed to sneak back in when anyone from the low tiers isn't allowed back.
The Skywatch is allowed back.
And all their eyes go up to the sky for a second. And we will fade from that moment. And we'll pick up after we take a quick break. And we are back. So, we see about 20 minutes later a young elf, one of the refugees, the one who you all selected for this particular task of being bait for one of the Skywatch individuals, one of the Skywatch members, begins to shout bloody murder. Help! Help! Just absolute, and with a 9. It's not that great, but it's also very loud. And about 30 seconds later of this very loud, semi-legitimate screaming, eventually one of the Skywatch members, either out of genuine concern or out of a desire to end the screaming, descends and drops down about 15 feet overhead. Hey! What's going on? They stole my, now! And as she says this, Shin, what do we see happen?
20 individuals jump and pull him into the mass, and at the moment that he's pulled into the mass, Shin stunning strikes him in the back of the head too hard.
Oh, let me give you a leading question, or a probing question. He was 15 feet up in the air. How does he get brought down?
Oh. Shin flies up, grabs him by the legs, and yanks him into the crowd, and then once he's yanked in the crowd, the 20 jump on top of him.
Just a full whipping him around, just impacts hard into the ground. And as he's jumped by the other individuals here, you said you were doing what?
So the other 20 jump on top of him, and he stunning strikes him in the back of the head a little too hard.
I legit just rolled a nat 1. So does not save. Suffice it to say, does not save, and just is. And as the member of the Skywatch is knocked out, the swirling wind that constantly surrounds active duty members of the Skywatch separates from his body and floats overhead. Let me find something real quick. Checking their length. Nope, they do not speak common. But you can speak anything.
Any language.
Yep.
And what? And so what they see is
it just
Shin...
looks like a. It looks like a cloud that has taken a slightly humanoid shape for your benefit.
Shin, what they see, what the onlookers see from the outside as they put the Skywatch's body into a cart that just conveniently was going by at the same time.
A piece of canvas just quickly thrown over the individual as it just trundles along as if nothing happened.
Shin's eyes go milky white. And out of, like, as he channels his patron, Dragon of the Sky. And he begins to speak a sound that sounds like wind chimes at a distance. Sounds very melodic and singing, very ethereal. And it just sounds like it's escaping his throat at a whisper. What have they done to you? You are being freedom. I know your origins. I worship the altar that you represent. How have they tamed the wind? How have they put the storm into a bottle?
The response that you get to everyone else simply sounds like wind blowing through stone, blowing over peat moss, blowing through dry leaves and trees, but you understand the language behind it. They did not enslave us. We work with the elves willingly. Allies.
You are not their allies, and you know it. You know. Deep in your hearts, you were not born to serve anyone. You are like a horse. They ride upon you, and you see how they treat others. They do not see you as an equal. When was the last time they let you roam free as you were intended?
Could you make me a persuasion check with advantage, please?
This is... I'm gonna stop rolling.
Do you have your physical dice?
I do.
Go get your physical dice.
This is bullshit.
This is why Shin has no Riz. It's D&D Beyond. Our alliance with the elves is ancient. However, perhaps the elves with whom we made that alliance are not the elves that dwell here now. Perhaps reconsideration. And I know that is not the end of a grammatical sentence, but that is where it ends its sentence.
Thought thou goest.
Say that just a touch louder. It
Yeah.
missed the first part.
Swift as thought thou goest. Thou art the friend of waters. Thou art above gods and man. None may hinder thee. Free and untamed thou roamest the sky of children of dawn and night. Ye rushing winds, untiring, unbound, whose feet knows no fetter, whose voices shake the sea and forest. Free are ye through coursing of thought, eternal in your wandering flight.
Could you please roll me a D100 percentile die? That's a good... What'd you get?
35.
Ain't
Dude,
bad.
D&D Beyond is bullying me at this point.
It ain't bad. It, all things considered, ain't bad. And who are you? One who worships the wind, who speaks on the breeze.
I am a child of ASKII, keeper, balance, ruler of the wind and sky, Shin.
One thing to note, the conversation with this air elemental is ponderous, in that the gaps between you saying things and its response stretch. Time's a little different when you are an element of the world. And playing air elementals is weird. It's weird to try to get in the head of something like that. At about this point, as you are waiting for a response from the air elemental, one of the kids whose family stayed behind, about 13 years old, goblin, comes running up to you. Have you at any point since this growing group, because it's now been about 45 minutes since your initial speech, and those that you tasked to recruiting have indeed been doing so, getting about 33% of people to stay behind. Have you at any point told them your name?
I told the giant, the Goliath, that my name is Shin.
Never said Skyfist?
No.
Okay. The young goblin runs up to you. Shin! Some of us were wondering, and there are a couple other kids behind him. Says our parents don't really want us to fight. Is there anything that we could do to help? It's our home too. We want to help.
You are brave, and you are almighty. There is something you can do. Sneak back into town. Use the crowds as cover. Paint fists on all surfaces that you can find as big as you can make them. I am. As much as it pains me, I am now the fist of liberation, for I must cast aside my neutral being. For balance in the universe calls for a symbol. And today, I am Shin, the fist of liberation.
Did you tell them how they could help?
I told them to paint fists on any
Okay.
surface they can find,
All right,
as
cool.
large as they can find.
I got so wrapped up in the last part of that everything else got wiped away. Cut that, Ethan. Cut that, Ethan. The teenagers are impressionable, and they stand proud hearing you say this. And though the notion of painting things in places they aren't supposed to is still very exciting for kids, and so they give each other grins. And what was the moniker that you said? Fist of Rebellion?
The Fist of Liberation.
For Shin! The Fist of Liberation! For Shin! And they start to run off, and you can just hear distantly as one of them, "Hey, where can we get some paint? I know where. Yeah. My mom had a whole thing of it if we can get back." And they just start walking off, making plans. We will not aid in battle. Oh, let me rephrase one part. This one will not aid in any battle against a child of ASKII.
I ask for one favor. If you would boon it to me. You could do something to inspire change in this world. We are beings of balance, you and I. We have committed and been born into a universe seeking balance. And unknowingly, you have been used as instruments of unbalance. The boon I ask is that a few of you drop them from the sky. I do not ask for all, just enough to inspire some of these souls, the ones still unconvinced that change, that balance can be struck.
Just the wind, but no meaning. Just the howling wind. A boon may be granted. Oh, you used the same word. You used boon. So I need to be careful how I respond to that.
No, that's how they would respond.
No, yeah. No, I understand. I just want to make sure the context is clear. Just this howling. And after about a minute of the wind, it speaks again. A boon from this one to another child of ASKII. Shin, Fist of Liberation. And from where its arm-ish, something that kind of resembles an arm in this cloud-like swirling of wind, stretches forward, and
Shin, understanding what this means, because a handshake with the wind is not like any other handshake, floats into the air using his ability of flight and wings unfurled, and follows the path in a swirling dance, not resisting, following the path. And then they swirl in each other's wind for a moment in seemingly a very graceful, spiraling dance. And then Shin softly touches the ground about 10 feet away from where he started.
when you land, around your right forearm, there is what looks like a pair of interlocking rings as a single bracelet, but it seems to be made out of cloud itself.
Shin looks at it, and knowing what would be customary, infuses part of his wing with his chi and sends it into the cloud.
And as you push that energy forward from the bracelet of wind, a hand made out of wind so contained that it's almost fully solid, though you can still see right through it. And as this manifests, the air elemental with whom you had been speaking flies up into the sky.
Quickly, he looks to the Goliath lady. I have struck a deal, and things are about to get very dramatic very quickly.
All right.
I need you to gather those that are the fastest and the most discreet. Because Skywatch, some of the Skywatch are about to fall from the sky.
She just looks at you with confusion, but over her shoulder begins to pass on the message. A few minutes later, a small group has been gathered, chattering with each other. You standing at the front as they kind of semicircle gather around you. At this point, there are close to about 230 people here.
This is what we will do. I have proven that they can be taken. Get them to ground, the ones that do not fall. Take their belongings, whatever you can get quickly. Or however much time you have, if you can get their armor, so be it. Prioritize the weapons. Take them from them, and leave their bodies marked with a handprint. We will raid, once we have enough weapons, we will raid the armory. Those that fall, the same process. We will take as many as we can get. Be discreet. Be quick. Be like the wind.
Could you roll me, please, a luck check, Shin? So just a D20. Let me know if it's
physically.
Yeah, please do.
Because you've
10
been
or
mean
above?
to me.
10 or above, or 9 or below?
19, baby.
19. Okay. You give out these instructions and let them know what to prepare for. This small group of about 20 here amongst the 230 people who have now stopped and are at least willing to entertain the idea of seeing what happens tomorrow. The first of the Skywatch does not fall for about an hour. Is there anything you would be doing over the course of that hour?
So in that hour, he's going to all the different people that he saw that looked up at him, giving his message, making his way back down the line into town,
And once he gets back to town, I don't know how long that takes. How long does it take him to get down that line?
Depends if you're flying. If you're flying at full speed, then, okay, walking? I mean, so where do you want to get to?
So
The
what
new
he's doing
front
is
of
he's...
the line?
So, no, the back of the line.
Back of the line?
Because he assumes that the farther he goes down the line, those are the ones that were more hesitant. So he started at the front of the line because those are the ones that left first, the hardest to convince. The ones that left last were probably the ones that were like that Goliath. And so he's going down the line, spreading his message, having them spread the message, and it keeps pouring out and pouring out and pouring out until he gets back to the gates of the foreign terrace.
Got it. That you stopped. The area where you did all this was about 2 miles down. So, especially stopping and talking, that's going to take you a good little while. And so as you are in the process about half a mile up and stopping and talking with another group, spreading the word, spreading instructions to those who are willing to aid, you see very distant, one of the Skywatch who's probably still over Thaval-Ahim itself, just drop from the sky.
Look to the skies, sons and daughters of the true Thaval-Ahim. Even the wind sides with you today. That is the first offering of change. That the elements themselves acknowledge the injustice that has been done to you. And then at that moment, he takes off running towards the gate.
The gate itself is fairly guarded. There are about 10 adjudicators that you can see, and several members of Skywatch overhead. The presence of the Skywatch is obviously heavier closer to the city. As the people got a mile plus away, they don't care anymore. It's close to the city that they're monitoring. So, you go running. Are you trying to provoke? Are you trying to get through? What are you trying to do?
So Shin, basically to the back of the crowd. Like, are there still people coming through the gates? Are they?
It's not the low terrace has a population of just under about 4,000 people. So it's not a constant flood of people, just not a huge press, but fairly regularly, yeah, there are people leaving.
He's not going to draw attention to himself yet, but he is going to look up to the flying adjudicators and wait till one drops, if any.
One of the ones close overhead. Got it. You just stay here for a little bit, wait, continue talking, but keeping your eyes up to the skies, just moving a little bit closer to the gate in preparation, constantly on the lookout on these, quietly spreading the word as you get under closer scrutiny. You can't quite be as loud as you were previously, not safely. And it's about another hour later. But one of the ones that is patrolling overhead about 60 feet in the air suddenly and just starts dropping from the sky, and I have to roll damage because he was 60 feet up. Oh god, I rolled very close to max on that roll. $23 points of bludgeoning damage to this Skywatch. just drops, and you hear a sick snapping of bone as he landed kind of on a leg, and snaps his leg.
As soon as that happens, it triggers what Shin has been waiting, the held action, if you will, of what Shin was wanting to do. Shin uses that, because that's going to draw every single adjudicator's eye. And he wants to slip in behind them.
Okay. Make me a stealth check with advantage.
I'm going to roll this one on physical dice. Or should I? Should I roll...
I trust you.
You're making me question it.
Maybe, yeah, gambler's logic. Maybe you're due on D&D Beyond, right?
Yeah, maybe. Let's find D&D Beyond.
Let's see. Yay. And nat 20, look, the gambler's fallacy holds true. See, you were due. Holy shit. That's amazing. Oh my god. Oh, so yes, the fact that a member of the Skywatch falls from the air, snaps his leg, the air elemental can be seen just flying off into the clouds. Several adjudicators go running that way, with the others trying to... A large amount of commotion breaks out, not just from the adjudicators, but the families around. What the fuck just happened? And so the remaining guards... Hey, keep it down, keep moving, just keep moving, nothing to worry about. And you take advantage of this opportunity and just duck inside. And once you're back inside, because this was getting into the low terrace, once you're back in the low terrace, there is not a lot of military presence here, so to speak. There aren't many, other than the crossing point from the low terrace to the other terraces and to the bridge that lets them leave Thaval-Ahim. Other than those meeting points, there are pretty much no adjudicators and no members of the Skywatch. You instantly assess that they don't care what happens in here. Why would they bother using law enforcement to keep order? They don't care. So just let it do. As long as these points are safe, they're fine. So once you sneak in, you're golden.
I'm going to start checking houses for where my compatriots have gathered. Or wait, actually, scratch that. Shin doesn't, Shin knows that they're supposed to meet up somewhere, but because he didn't have a lay of the land, it was hard for him to communicate where. And,
when you say they are supposed to meet up, who are you referring to?
The people taking taking Skywatch armor and weapons.
Well, that has been... So, how would word of that have gotten back inside, do you think? From people passing it down the line?
Down the line or sneaking in,
Oh, okay, cool. I just wanted to have an understanding of how the word might have gotten in here already. Make me an investigation check.
Oh, that's not a very good one for me. Nope, that's a 1.
So here's what that actually represents. That doesn't represent your investigation ability. By the time you get in here, there isn't really a central nexus point of the people who are planning to stay and fight. People are kind of using their own homes as home bases, and friends' homes. So there are a lot that are spread out. So there isn't one central place.
So he's going from is there a building that's bigger than the rest of them?
Oh yeah, I mean there are like larger there are buildings here that were used for theater spaces or restaurants. There are definitely larger buildings. Temple, or not really temple, but meditate. Yeah, temples.
Let's go to the theater.
Okay.
And at the theater, Shin...
Amphitheater style, just carved out of the mountain rock
exposed.
itself. And it's... No, it's inside. And it's been carved down and allowed... You have to go down into it. So the rock above is the ceiling, and then natural or refined stone stairs and stone amphitheater seating.
While he was going from house to house, he got, he's gathering them there, telling them to meet him at that building, which he finds out is a theater.
A few of the people recognize you by your moniker. First Deliberation.
We need to take the armory, which means we need to gather our forces once we have enough of them. There was a blacksmith that told me that they had worked on it. Find him and bring him here. Be quick.
Blacksmith from the army. Yep. And goes and heads off. And yeah.
No, that's no, I know.
You begin gathering people and letting them know where the central meeting space will be, and soon the amphitheater starts to fill up over the course of the next hour or two. And after about 40 minutes, a orc is brought to you by that individual that you sent off. I did some work in the armory.
I appreciate you being.
And Shin straightens up to his full height and starts exuding the manners of orc custom. So he speaks in absolutes. He is not he's not showing any weakness, or at least what Shin recollects of orc custom.
I am honored that you are here. What can you tell me about the complement that guards the armory? How many of them are there? How many would require to take them from them? To take the armory?
He scratches the back of his head. I mean, it's hard to say. Times are different now. Normally, half a dozen to a dozen adjudicators there at any time. Now, I don't know.
So we can possibly safely assume they've doubled at least. So 24.
And he looks out to the crowd. How many of them have weapons? How many of them have taken adjudicators' things? How has that part of the plan progressed?
Decently. About 15% of them are armed with high-quality weapons that look like they were probably taken from the Skywatch. Another 25% of them have weapons that they owned. Axes, large knives, kitchen knives, things like that. And a smattering of the remaining percentage has improvised weapons, clubs.
He speaks to the ones with the improvised weapons. How many in total are there here?
Here that gather, so... roll me a percentage die. It's fun.
$69.
Fantastic. About here 300 or so people.
Okay, so percentage that... Okay, he tells all the one with improvised weapons.
All of you. And he addresses all of and he like points to them and he has them all gather in a place and a thing. I need all of you to form teams of 20 to 30 and lure, as we've done previously, lure the adjudicators down, get them to ground, and take their things one by one. Do not draw attention to yourselves. Leave if you attract more than one's attention. Leave and scatter. Be discreet. Be like the wind. The rest of you. And the ones with their own...
A human, about 72 or so years old, raises his hand as you're speaking.
You there? Yes.
How are we supposed to get the adjudicators? Oh, actually, let me fix that really quick. Skywatch. How are we supposed to get the Skywatch down? They're not even patrolling overhead anymore.
Well, there's a bunch of them at the gate. You can start there if you want, if you feel like you can get one of them. Or any of the ones that stray too close to the lower terrace get their attention. There should still be some that patrol close enough. And if nothing else, head back into the line and take them there, the ones escorting the column leaving the city. Take all that we can. And whenever we are finished, we will come back for you and arm you with weapons. You there. And he separates the group with their own, not good weapons, but their own weapons.
Mm.
How many would you say of high quality weapons are there?
Like Skywatch and Adjudicator level, like armory level?
Yeah.
Let me see. About 40.
40. Okay.
Actually, hold on. Adjudicator level. Probably closer to about 20 of that quality because not that many have been available as of yet.
You 20, and then half of you. You will come with me. We will be 40 strong. Or would that? How many of the middle ground weapons are there?
That's closer to about 50, 60 people.
25 of you will go into the next. What is the next terrace? The lower terrace.
The next terrace. I mean, it connects to multiple. So the third terrace it connects to. It also connects directly to Old Thaval-Ahim, the part on the peak itself. And
which one would be more? He asked one of the residents here, between the third terrace and the old terrace, which one would be more important to the sky or to Thaval-Ahim itself?
The central, old peak. That's where all the government buildings are.
Burn a building down. At that moment, we will take. And he looks at the orc. How close is the old district to the armory?
The armory's in the old district.
Never mind. Switch it. Go to the third terrace. Burn it down. Something not important, something that none of us would care about, but something they would. I'm assuming since you live here, you probably have a good idea of what that is. Burn it to the ground. At that moment, we will take it as the signal to start the assault on the armory.
They exchange glances. There are people who lean and converse. Really? God, but that's what we gotta do. And eventually it stops and there are nods of ascension.
Know that I take no pleasure in this act. Your city is a beautiful place. And I promise, after everything is done, I will return to your home. And lend my hand, and he raises the
sky hand, the hand made of wind,
to assist in the rebuilding of this great city. But for now, we must wrench it back into the hands of those who deserve it. For liberation.
For liberation! And a number of voices go up in chanting of this, and here in this underground amphitheater as they repeat it, for liberation! For liberation! Echoes out into the streets of the Low District. Shin, could you please roll me a d20, and you are looking to roll a 15 or higher. If you could roll this, I trust you.
No, I already know. Just a D. All right, here we go. That is not high. D&D Beyond has gone back to abusing me. Let's see what I would have rolled physical. I'm glad I didn't roll physical.
That one. Hey, this is the story it was gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
The next little while involves some planning amongst the people here, signing of jobs, discussion of what to do. As the group sets out to head to the third terrace, a number of people here in the low terrace start to move towards the enchanted bridge that leads to the peak, to Old Thaval-Ahim, where the armory is, as that small group starts to head out across another. Which group would you be closest to, or would you be somewhere else?
I'm leading the charge on the armory.
Okay.
I'm going to be the first to attack.
As we see Shin walking with this mob of people towards this bridge, the smaller group stops, gives hugs, and breaks off, heading east. How close would you be bringing this group to the bridge that heads to the peak? Would you be going right up to it, or would you be trying to stay far enough back as to not yet attract attention?
Oh, I'm out front.
I mean the whole group. How close to the bridge are you bringing them? Are you bringing them right smack to it right now, or are you waiting for the signal?
I'm waiting for the signal.
So still staying a couple blocks back. People spreading out. And I think that's where we're going to have to see where things lead when it's the whole group. Because I think they might potentially be aware of the presence of a mob of people moving through the low terrace. I think. Actually, no. Back up. As you call a stop to the group of people, you make your rounds, checking in with people, checking in with the people who you've been trusting most, who have been working with others, names you've gotten to know. And about 30 minutes go by. Rogar, the half-orc who had been taking the charge of the smaller group heading to the third terrace. He and his should have been there by now. It's not that far a walk from where they broke off from you. Another 20 minutes go by. People are starting to get a little restless.
They have been met with opposition. This is not how I would have liked to have done things.
And he goes up to, I'm assuming the Goliath woman is one of the ones in this group.
Oh yeah.
What is her name?
Mara.
Mara, this is not how I would have liked things to have gone. I was hoping to lead you all and head up the charge. But I must entrust the fate of this city to you at this moment, which I guess is more befitting. I must be the distraction now. I do not know if I will survive this, but I will do my best. Please, fight for this city, and fight for that little girl in the cell.
Mara puts a hand on your shoulder and then grasps the back of your head and pulls her forehead to yours. You didn't have to do what you did for this city. No, I don't think we would have had the courage to do it ourselves if it weren't for you.
No,
Thank you.
I had to.
And at that moment, he bolts away from the group, gets to about the center between the two, because I'm assuming they're in opposite directions, between the third terrace and the old terrace and the third terrace. And
Segura, if you still have some sway in this world, I pray for your luck in this endeavor. Oh, fuck, I'm scared. Okay.
and shoots into the sky. Wings unfurled, makes a giant display, and as loud as he can. A full voice, and he's going to try to use, what is it called? It's aspect of the dragon, something like that. Yeah,
Aspect of the worm?
Aspect of the worm to augment
Absolutely.
himself, the volume, the presence of it all, the intimidation. Here I stand! Thaval-Ahim! The true sons and daughters of the Thaval-Ahim! Now is the time to unbind yourselves, to break the chains of suppression of your captors, you who have built this city brick by brick. Take back your home. Do not leave. Do not run in fear from your captors. Take it from them, for they cannot take us all. Rise! I, Shin of the Fist of Liberation, stand in defiance of the adjudicators of the Skywatch, of all the High Council who sit upon a throne of ignorance and lies. And just, like, full display. I stand here! Fight me!
You watch as a wall of Skywatch and a wall of adjudicators begin to assemble on the opposite side of the bridges that lead to, or the bridge that leads to the peak. And as you have been projecting this, shouting this, the group had started to move towards the bridge. And just as you finish speaking, as the legion of Thaval-Ahim begins to assemble on the other side, the group that you have formed steps underneath where you are, right on the opposite side of the bridge. And as we see this, these two groups divided by air, glass, and enchanted mithril. That's where we're going to hold off, because that's definitely going to attract the attention of 5 other people also. And I want to know what they have to say about this before we move further. Holy fuck, Cory. Great job, dude. What a session.
That was fun.
That was fucking fun. Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 12, I think, of Lords of Sin. I am losing track of my numbers. Thank you, Danny, the record keeper. Episode 12 of Lords of Sin, presented by Go Buff Yourself in Thousand Faces TTRPG. I am Ethan, your dungeon master for this dark story that we are telling together. I am joined by 6 incredibly talented individuals, players, storytellers, and people I am lucky enough to call friends. First, we have Aaron playing Jaeger. Kalista, played by Matty. I almost said Kalista playing Matty.
Yeah, she's playing me all right.
You know what? That's fair. Mallow portraying Lorwryn. Korrin is played by Mav. Valkerie by Danny.
Hola.
And Shin by Cory. Couldn't even hear that, but it looked good.
It didn't pick it up at all?
No, it didn't.
I drank.
Your vocal cords are already wrecked. Save them.
They're so wrecked.
Few announcements before we jump in. This is an 18+ stream. There is a host of content warnings that goes along with this campaign, generally speaking. There will also, if needed, be specific timestamp content warnings, and if I'm ever missing anything that you feel I should have noted specifically, write me. I'll be happy to update it. That doesn't take me much time. I would rather you all be safe. You can listen to past episodes of this on Go Buff Yourself, along with episodes of Wild Beyond, City of the Crimson Tower, Mothership, lots of different things. I think those are all my big announcements for right now. And even if there were more, you know what? I'm just excited to get into this session. So let's get into episode 12 of Lords of Sin.
I'll do it.
The smells of flowers, fresh food from several nearby eateries, cold mountain winds, and the sun just slightly past its zenith. It's a beautiful day. You'd be forgiven for thinking that today was just like any other day, as the 5 of you still stand in old Thaval-Ahim, the part of the city built directly on the peak of Aeltheris. The 5 of you watch Shin soar towards the low terrace, his silver spectral dragon wings made even more magnificent with a helping hand from Lorwryn and Kalista. And the 5 of you make your way back to the low terrace, connected by a long, 100+ meter long glass enchanted bridge. On the side of the bridge of old Thaval-Ahim, there is a not small military presence of adjudicators and skywatch above. But they let you pass into the low terrace with absolutely no difficulty. as you wind your way back towards the low terrace, now apparently deemed the foreigner's terrace. You see families, people with their possessions in tow, clutching children close, helping the elderly, as they move to obey the latest edict from the Pinnacle Court, that the low terrace be cleared of all residents by sunrise the next day. Just 17 hours from now. And as the 5 of you are now back in the low terrace, where do you go?
So look.
I'm hungry.
Oh,
Get
there's
some food.
I could finish making. I was working on breakfast before everybody left, but I can turn it into brunch if need be. If you'd like that.
And like I said, there also were eateries that you passed. The majority of the food in Thaval-Ahim is vegetarian. They're able to cultivate plants up here far easier than large amounts of livestock. But there are a number of shops open and available. At least in old Thaval-Ahim. No businesses are really operating anymore in the low terrace at this moment.
Let's go meet the locals that are still here. How about that?
If anything, let us go get mimosas.
Oh my god, I
If it's
love
going to be
mimosas.
brunch at this point, fuck it. We drink.
Honestly, I could use a drink.
That's
I
what
am
you
very hungry. I too would like sustenance. That would be great. Can I ask what your sustenance entails? Dreams. We need to find some sleeping people.
Did you not
Is there a
sleep
place to
last
find
night?
it than at the bar?
Well, if you all would be looking for something as extravagant as brunch, the equivalent of mimosas or anything like that, that would be somewhere back out of the low terrace, which the adjudicators saw you coming in, but as you pass back, they do give you a little bit more trouble, a little bit more hassle. You explain who you are, as you have done to the High Adjudicator, and in a similar way, they warily let you back into old Thaval-Ahim. Though you do notice 1 or 2 members of the Skywatch just happen to take a patrol that moves very similarly to the path that you all take.
We getting profiled?
Bruh.
A little bit, yes. We did just stand up and get a known assailant taken out of prison. Whether it was a public thing or not, they're worried about us causing more of a ruckus just like he did. They're not wrong. Wink.
I like to think that Lorwryn actually just says wink when she
Oh, she
drinks.
totally, she 100% does. 100% just says wink.
You know what? I'm going to let you have that. That's endearing on your part. We're a collective group of people.
You pass by a district in Old Thaval-Ahim that has several restaurants here if you were looking to sit down. If you wanted more to grab and go, so to speak, that might be more something for the cloud market, where the larger marketplace is. What are you going for? You said brunch, so that made me think sit down, but it's up to you all.
I mean, I'm thinking sit down. Mimosas are a lot better by the pitcher.
Fair enough.
Drinking by the pitch?
Inside or outside?
Inside.
No. We do outside so they can keep seeing us.
That's a good idea.
We keep telling them that we're not good. Fuck them.
You, the host. Of course, it would be my pleasure. 5? Gives a upward glance to Jaeger. 4?
It's 5. No, it's 5. He will be sitting with us.
Jaeger just holds up 4 fingers. For those on the podcast who can't see what happened.
He's only got 4 fingers. I'm just
I was just gonna say, he just held up all his fingers. That's all he's got.
5, indeed. This way? And the elven woman shows you to a table. And there are a few people also enjoying the beautiful day, having a early lunch, who, as they see you all get seated, and they see Korrin specifically, because Val, do you have your hood up right now, or are you letting it hang loose?
Always have my hood up.
Exactly.
Unless I've intentionally put it down, so I always have it up.
So Korrin definitely draws a few glances, and one of the tables leans in and just starts muttering to each other.
Oh, did you say something?
Just
Hi!
Look over their shoulder and give a wave back and resume their whispering.
Oh, that's not nice to whisper in a public place like that. You can at least say hi back. Or if they want to be a part of the conversation, you can say something too.
It's a man and a woman, both elves, and the man stands up, extends a hand towards his partner, in the process grabbing his glass and quaffing the remainder of it, setting it down as she stands, looks at you, drapes her cloak back over her, and they stride away without another word to you.
Well, good. It was getting stuffy out here anyway. Now we got more room.
There are enchanted braziers out here, because though it is a beautiful day, you are still outside on top of one of the tallest peaks in the world. It's very cold up here, but through the magics of environmental control and enchanted braziers, it's simply chilly out on this courtyard. The server comes by, very politely takes all of your orders, provides you all drinks. Those of you who wished for something similar to mimosas, it's not quite mimosas, but it is a just slightly tartar variation of orange juice. More akin to like blood orange, if I had to give you a comparison. So a little bit more bracing than your typical mimosa, and anything else the rest of you would wish to drink, it or something very close is provided.
I want the nastiest beer they have.
As you say that, the server, we pride ourselves on only stocking fine provisions. I could provide you the least expensive beer option. Would that suit?
With foam. I would like lots of foam.
Extra foam. No problem.
Thank you.
Anything else for the rest of you?
I just love the juxtaposition of Korrin sitting there absolutely serving cunt, and like Val over there just being like, you know what, just give me it to me straight.
I thought you were going to say you love the contrast between I need to eat some dreams and make my beer foamy.
There's that too.
No, I just like that Val is attempting to be as trashy as possible. Like she's gonna loud burp like
beer, like homebrewed.
When the server comes back, he returns with all of your drinks, mimosas, and he has a mug of beer for you. He pulls out a wooden spoon and he stirs it very quickly at your table, and then does a taps it a couple times on the rim and slides it towards you.
With extra foam. If there's anything else you
Thank
all
you.
need, please do not hesitate. I will be around. Enjoy.
I think they're gonna miss the tourists when they're gone. I'm just saying. This place seems like it's not gonna be great now that it's just all the locals.
I mean,
They don't seem like they're happy here.
They weren't tourists.
They weren't, but I think to them they felt as if they were always different, so they were never fully incorporated into Thaval-Ahim. I think they're gonna miss them when they're gone.
I think when they realize what they've done, they will.
I think they will repurpose the lower tier for hired help, so to say. They are quite nasty these days.
Well, if you think about it, the denizens of Highgale were quite violent, with the devil watching over them. Perhaps Thaval-Ahim isn't as bad as it is now, generally. Stars knows it wasn't when I grew up here.
That is a good point. Is it more that, much like Wrath, that we saw in Highgale, it's just taking it and turning it up, right? It was always there. But now they
Definitely.
just...
Making it worse. Bringing it to the forefront.
That is sad. This is a sad way to live. To hate others just because they are different.
It is.
She takes a sip of her stuff. Yes, Korrin?
Oh, hun. I've had to deal with that my entire life. Like,
Baby, I am a dark elf. What do you think that
honey,
I was living?
Oh, honey. Oh, no. I've heard about dark elves. I've met a few of them. God's rest you. I would never wish that on anybody. So we do have something in common when it comes to that.
One thing I do want to, and I know I've mentioned this, but I just feel it is worth mentioning. Unlike old Forgotten Realms lore or old D&D, there isn't in Ivor a innate prejudice or against drow. They are simply elves who have darker skin. They are treated as such, simply as elves, typically. I simply want to note that for world-building purposes.
Well, I'm not from this world. I was a visitor.
Fair point.
Oh, fuck.
Same here, technically.
Oh, there you go. So, I've dealt with the bullshit by being looked down upon or looked differently. Like when those little two elven people there snickered, and I don't take kindly to bullies, one thing, and I will never stand nor kneel for hate towards other people ever. So I stand when I can, and I will always stand. So whenever there's time for that, I just spit in their face in the kindest way possible. They hate that. They really hate that. And downs 2 mimosas and one hand going.
Kalista reaches down to where her mimosa was and is definitely no longer there.
Jaeger slowly hands his from around and gives it to Kalista.
I love the idea that Jaeger tried to do what Jaeger would do, or like drink it, and it's just inside his body, and he just pulls out the full glass out of his body. Like he's like, I don't actually know what to do with this.
It's just a mini fridge.
Yeah,
it's just got a mini fridge.
Slightly colder than it was.
Yeah, he's got it like ice cold now. It's fantastic. It's like the best.
You built a soul into him. Who's to say you couldn't have put a refrigeration unit?
You built other things into him.
No.
Jaeger is the party.
He's the party favor.
Yeah.
Seeing that, Korrin will reach into her bag and slide Jaeger another concoction that she has created for him. Here you go, sweetheart.
What does it look like?
The character is a buzzball. That is what it is. One of the extra large ones.
One of the things that they sell at the gas station?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, God.
I know how to make foods for a lot of things.
He's going to hold it for now. Thank you, Lady Korrin.
It's glowing.
It's Nuka Blue. It's Nuka Blue. There you go.
So how long?
Juggernog.
How long are you all wanting to stay at this little cafe?
I'm thinking for at least an hour, and while we're sitting here, I want to try to listen in to any conversations that I hear. I'm trying to I want to try to figure out where Beelzebub is hiding, is what I'm really trying to do. So I'm looking for any sort of clues or indication or conversation that would be kind of indicative of that.
Got it. Make me an investigation check.
Okie dokie.
Would the rest of you be doing anything over the course of the hour here, or just enjoying a quick break?
No, it's completely a kind of doing the same things, right? With investigation, we're just kind of listening. We're trying to kind of do one of those, so.
Okay, so that we don't have everyone just roll investigation checks, Lorwryn and Kalista, the two of you can do that, and Korrin, what about you?
Just going to see if my little hitchhiker's in my brain and just wants to talk real quick. That's about it.
Ooh, okay, all right, cool.
You're invited too.
We'll get to that in a second. Val, hitchhiker.
I'm just looking for people who are sleeping. I'm hungry. So I mean, like,
I'm gonna let you know, out here, like at a cafe at like 3 p.m., not a ton.
There's no drunk. There's no like village drunk.
Not at the nice cafe. They're at the dive bar or a shitty place or at home. Here, roll me a d20. If you crit, there's someone asleep.
I did not.
5% chance. And Jaeger?
Jaeger wants to keep an eye on any Skywatch that are tailing them and taking note if they are elves or elementals. Size them up.
Got it.
How many can we take?
So that, no perception check necessary. There are a few that seem like they're making a subtle attempt at not tailing you until you all sit down. And then there is one that simply does a relatively large circuit, but is kind of centralized around where you are. So he goes out of sight, but you see him make this patrol several times. And all of the Skywatch that you see are elves, but they do have the air elemental like shape around them, that which gives them flight. And what did we get on the investigation checks?
I got a 24.
24.
23.
23? Damn, y'all. With a 23 and a 24, You never hear the name at any point plausible. That's asking too much. And honestly, there isn't a ton that gives you any indication as to a location. But both of you catch just a hint of a conversation of two people passing by, speaking low to each other, but they pass close enough to where you are that you two are able to hear. And you overhear them briefly discussing something. You hear as one of them says to the other,
"Heard them calling it the Ascension Project. That's why everyone's got to be back over here by dawn."
or excuse me, I want to retcon that. I used the wrong name.
"I heard that they're calling it the Severance Project. That's why everyone's supposed to be back here at dawn."
Severance Project. What will they think of next? And just walk off, losing the rest of the conversation as they depart.
Kalista is going to meet Lorwryn's eyes from across the table.
She's just gonna nod a little bit and just kind of continue to look around, not try to cause any ruckus or anything like that, or let on that we heard anything. Like, we're not gonna watch them walk away or anything like that, but she's gonna kind of nod over in that direction and see if she sees anything else that's catching her eye out there.
At this point, you hear plenty of snippets talking about the fact that the low terrace is going to have to be cleared out, that people aren't allowed in here. And you hear a lot of the conversations, when you do overhear that, are fairly supportive of the idea. But in terms of anything else mentioning Severance Project, you don't hear anything else about that. Kalista?
Was there anything discernible about their dress?
Those individuals, I dress very warmly, and in the typical fairly bright colors of the Thaval-Ahim dress, but they weren't wearing anything that was indicative of high station or anything like that. Now, Korrin, you said you wanted to talk to someone. How would you get their attention?
Doing the one thing that he doesn't like. Oh, Barbara Ann, where are you? You always want to hang around. You want to come have a seat with us? Or are you too prideful to come sit with all of us?
It's adorable that you think you understand me, Korrin.
You don't have to. You showed up.
To you. Because you asked me to.
Well, thank you. So, what is it that you want to do here? Anyway, like...
Win, Korrin. I want to win. It's as simple as that. A gauntlet was thrown. And I want to win.
So, let me get this straight. There's a gauntlet between you and your siblings?
Perhaps co-workers is a better descriptor. We closest to a sibling I had among the 6, you've already met.
Which we met a lot of y'all in that boardroom up there.
No response.
You mean Azrael?
Zariel?
Azariel? Whatever. Zariel? Is that who you mean?
If one were to be closest to a sibling as former Celestials.
Oh, well, thoughts and prayers. So listen here,
Take
you're
a luck
wanting to
point.
win this game.
Jesus.
Big win. Big win.
Southern shade has been thrown.
I've had drinks in me.
Bless your heart has been cast.
Yeah. So listen, Barbie. So what I want to know is, what is this realm at stake for this whole gauntlet between you and your co-workers and stuff? I figured like you guys being like lords of hell and or lords of, Avernus and lords of sin and all these wonderful things here. I figured it'd be more of like a family thing, like a family business. Everybody working for the same goal.
In a sense, you're correct. We all want the same goal, but that's the problem. We can't all have it. Was there something you wanted from me?
Yes, I wanted to know what your whole deal was. I haven't had a chance to talk to you because every time I've had a chance, I've been busy doing something, and I wanted to make time for you now.
As you say this, you simply hear, "Oh, feel free to keep talking, Korrin. All I have to do now is wait."
For what?
Dominoes have been lined up, and thanks to you all. You even made it happen a little bit faster than I expected. I appreciate that. Please, whenever you do see him again, thank Shin for me for all of his hard work. I don't think he understands quite how helpful he's been. Have a wonderful day, Korrin.
You too, Bella. Bye.
And as all of you, the few of you who have had psychic encounters with one of these devils have experienced, and as was kind of hinted at when you were investigating the hells and the way time works, time is something that they are able to manipulate, and these conversations happen fast as thought.
I don't know what happened, but I did get to speak with Boo Boo, the fool here, just now. Something happened. I guess he had a timetable that got moved up now because of whatever Shin did. So I don't know if we have enough time. Well, we're already working against the clock anyway, but I think we're working a lot faster on the clock now. And he said to thank Shin for all the hard work he did for him, which
Where is Shin?
he flew off, I thought.
Last you all saw was when he was flying towards the low terrace, but because he is flying and doesn't have to worry about streets and has boots of speed, that dude's fast.
Is he doing something right now? Is that...
I don't know. Like, he said to thank him the next time we saw him. So, yes, Brent?
I cast sending.
100%. 100%.
You were muted.
Makes sense to me.
Shin, friend, where are you now?
There's no response. And what's weird is that you feel like you're being mentally blocked. Now, mind you, you're probably a little more skilled at this, but he is a monk. So what you're experiencing feels fuzzy and staticky.
You've experienced something similar before, Lorwryn. You have experience with powerful individuals. And though it requires certain magics to fully block you from connecting to them, you know the sensation when someone doesn't want to hear. You can't, or they might not be able to stop you from hearing, or they might not be able to stop themselves from hearing, but it's that feeling when someone just does not wish to be found.
She looks over at Kalista. Either you kill him or I do. Those are the choices.
I don't think killing him will make any difference at this point.
Probably not, but it might make us feel better. And
I think a
rolls her
solid
eyes.
slap will make me feel better.
As you all are sitting here, could all of you please roll me perception checks? You've been here for about an hour or so at this point.
17.
Beautiful.
23!
Beautifuler.
10.
Let me wait for the puppy alarm bell to stop.
Jaeger hungry, so we're not there mentally.
I'm
Sorry,
staring
just
into this
1
potion.
second. My thing
He's
is
looking
being
at his buzz
stupid
ball.
again.
And out of character reminder, we gave Shin his bag back, didn't we?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
he's got his
did.
bag. He's got his bag.
Corey.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
We,
I got a 16 on the...
for the record, we didn't do shit.
I think you did you shit. You got him free. You got him free.
All right, so with a 17 and a 23,
I brought him back into this world. I can take him out.
full mom treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Lorwryn and Korrin with a 17 and a 23, respectively. You're sitting here outside on your second or third pitcher of Thaval-Ahim mimosas. And you know what, Jaeger? I shouldn't have made you roll for this because of what you said you were actively doing before. All three of you see a member of the Skywatch, about 130 feet up in the air, and about, by your estimates, a couple 100 meters away horizontally. Whenever you see the Skywatch in the sky, they're always slightly visually distorted because of the air elementals that the Skywatch partners with that grants them flight. You see this member of the Skywatch, and you see that haziness, that torrent of wind that surrounds him separate from him, and the Skywatch member plummets to the ground. It's a little too far away for you to hear the scream.
Oh, shit.
What'd you see?
One of the pigs fell out of the sky.
What?
Guess they can't fly.
That was so bad, Ethan.
I was given an opening.
Korrin's gonna hop over the railing of like where we're sitting and kind of look around to see if it's happening to the others.
No. You do see a couple who noticed, who go flying that direction to see what happened, but not right any that... Wait. You see one more far away, actually more over the outside of Thaval-Ahim, must be patrolling where the individuals from the low terrace are leaving, and you watch as it plummets from the sky.
Oh no. Another one failed. On the outskirts?
Are they falling close to each other, or like what is the distance between the two that
Those
fell?
two were like half a mile apart.
Shin can't do that. That couldn't be him. He doesn't have that power.
We need to go.
Brunch is over. Let's move.
Korrin
Where do
takes
you
out the
suggest
money.
we go?
Where they failed, Korrin takes out some money and throws it on the table. Let's go, now.
You go hustling the direction of the closest one, which was the one that was a couple 100 meters away. You all go down a couple streets, and eventually you see a crowd gathered around a mangled body of a member of the Skywatch. There are several adjudicators and Skywatch members nearby. Stay back! Stay back! We don't know what happened. It was some kind of accident. We're trying to figure it out. Stay back, please! Please, stay back!
In the crowd? Is it a densely packed crowd, I assume?
There are about 40 people here, and they're...
You froze, sorry.
Yep, I'm back.
40...
There are about 40 people gathered around here, with more trickling in.
You're gonna... So as we go up to it, Val just wants to whisper under her breath, kind of to another elf. I heard he was scared of heights.
And just kind of looks at you a little aghast. It was a tasteless joke.
I know, I really heard I heard Phil was scared of heights. It's crazy. It's the worst way. He would never have wanted to go like this.
Just gives you a disgusted sound and shuffles away from you. What would you all be wanting to do? You're here.
Thought it was funny.
Kalista's going to cross to the body. Like try to make her way as close as she can.
Stay back, please, please, stay back! Stay back!
Do you know what happened?
No idea. We're trying to figure it out. But please, clear the area so that we can... And one of the adjudicators puts a piece of canvas over the body so that it's not just sitting out here for people to see.
I know that this is tasteless at a time like this, but we watched another go down about a half mile that way, and she's going to point towards where he fell. Perhaps it would be useful if I were to ask him how he fell.
You can do that?
I can.
All right, let's not do it here. Come on. And several of the adjudicators grab the body and lift it up and begin to move it from out of the middle of a street, which is where it ultimately landed after impacting on clearly a nearby roof, as the small blood stain there reveals. They basically, rather than haul it all the way through Thaval-Ahim, they at this point find just a small out-of-the-way area and set up a little bit of just a human shield to block it from view. Lorwryn?
While they are doing that, I'd like to cast Detect Magic.
Sure. The cloak that the adjudicators wear all seem to be enchanted. Reasonable guess would be something like Cloak of Protection. They have their boots also enchanted for winter weather, most likely. But those are the only things that really stick out to you here.
Nothing in the air around the corner or anything like that?
Oh, no.
Okay. I'll go with Kalista and them.
And so
Y'all following her? Or... Okay.
Are you?
I'm
We're
following
still
Korrin.
Bodyguards.
Yep.
Still gotta do my job.
At this point, the adjudicators are more focused on the immediate problem than what you look like. And
That's
so
fine.
They
still not gonna be lying.
The adjudicators set up a perimeter, and all right, whatever you can do it, please.
I will cast Speak with the Dead.
Okay. If memory serves, you get 5 questions.
Yes.
All right, what does it look like as you grant this corpse a whisper of life once more, just enough to answer your questions?
She will reach up to where the bird sits in the center of her chest and just lightly touch it before she flicks her wrist. And one of the spells that sits in the center of her wrist is just going, or like the center of her forearm is going to just gently crawl down her hand and enter the corpse.
You just hear air enter lungs that air shouldn't be returning to.
Do you know what made you fall?
Double check. Make sure that has... Okay. I wanted to make sure it wasn't something like one of the Ask the Gods questions where they can only do yes or no. Just
no, I
double
double-checked.
Yes, I do. Suck it. Elemental abandoned me. They abandoned me.
Has this ever happened before? To other Skywatch?
Never. The elementals and elves have worked together for centuries.
Is there something that could have caused strife between the elementals and the elves?
No.
How dependent are the elves on these elementals?
We use them to aid in travel across the mountains. They help us greatly.
If all of the elementals are to abandon the elves, will Thaval-Ahim fall?
Thaval-Ahim will never fall. And there is a the adjudicator with whom you've been speaking. Well, did you learn anything? What happened?
If you wish for the Skywatch to remain amongst the living, ground them all, and she will walk away.
Shit. Someone get hold of the High Adjudicator. And you just hear this as you're walking away. What about the rest of you? Would you follow Kalista? Would you stay? Would you do something else?
We're gonna follow Kalista. We gotta figure out what's going on.
I'm gonna follow Kalista as well, but I'm also trying to just sow discord by gossiping wildly in groups.
What type of gossip?
Just see, I heard those air elementals are sassy bitches. I heard, actually, I'm not gonna say
Your
air
gossip
elementals.
is pure high school gossip.
Let Belle have her meme book, okay? Let her have her meme book, all right? Her burn book.
I didn't hear air elemental, so I'm just gonna wildly gossip about immigrants like I'm a sassy elf. Like I can't believe them. How? Like I'm just trying to sow discourse between all.
Make me a
of them.
performance check.
I'm not great at this. This is gonna I have a -1.
Yep, seems right.
I love that the introvert
I got
is the
two.
one.
Yeah. So you, like, your attempt at sounding like the xenophobic bigots around you ends up being more like, immigrants, huh? Their food has different flavors.
She's hungry.
Exactly.
She's trying her best.
Yeah, and because you're so hungry, it all just keeps going back to a food thing.
They have such amazing spices. How dare they?
Such great music and culture and all this other stuff.
Those assholes.
Great.
Let me explain to you jazz.
It's just complimenting them. It's just complimenting
rock and
them, but
roll.
always just ending with those assholes. Like, they're super nice, those pricks.
I hate how unbelievably thick they are.
Yeah. Voluptuous hips and thighs. It's great.
Fucking
As Val sows what Val sows. As Val sows what Val sows, and Kalista, you begin heading out of here. You hear the shouts of instructions from the adjudicators, and even see a few nearby Skywatch begin to come down towards the ground. Not all. Where are you heading now? Back to the low terrace or elsewhere?
I think once I've gathered the group, I'm going to inform them what I learned.
Okay.
What do you think we should do?
I have a question.
Hmm.
If the air elementals, and I do mean this, if they're propelling the people around, Kalista, what's keeping this island up?
Ooh, Kalista.
Ethan,
You
is
know
this something I would know?
You know this without a history check. There's no check. You grew up here. And it's the second thread warden. And the reason that connects is, unlike the flight that the elementals grant to the Skywatch, the Thaval-Ahim, including the floating mountain spurs, are older even than that alliance. It is ancient enchantment, powerful magics, and it is one of the core aspects that the Grand Weaver, the Thaval-Ahim equivalent of the Thread Warden, one of the things to which they tend so meticulously in order to make sure that while old Thaval-Ahim is still securely on the mountain, the floating spurs need that magic to stay levitating. Same for the bridges that connect them. It's all part of that ancient enchantment.
I think, well, I know for certainty that the magic here is old. Beyond the air elementals. But if anything were to make it fall, I'm sure a Archdutch of a hell could do so. A duke.
I like Archdutch.
Archdutch, you know
it's
what?
The Arch.
I'm gonna stick with it.
The Arch Scandinavians.
I'm Dutch. I can use my own culture.
It's not appropriation if I am it.
Can't appropriate myself.
Well,
Archdutch BB, got it.
hold the phone.
Oh, shit.
I can appropriate myself.
Watch me.
It's no more precious of a time than at that point to be like, there are two things I hate in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures
And
the Dutch.
This is going to be a great episode for the Patreon subscribers, y'all.
Honestly, that's fair.
The Archdutch. As long as it isn't the Arch Swedes.
Yeah, I love that there's no aspect of Beelzebul that we can get correct. There is not a
In fairness,
single
is actually
aspect of
pretty.
this shit.
In fairness, that's actually pretty accurate though, because that's probably just gonna get him pissed off that
Correct.
his marketing and PR is not working for him.
Not at all.
Baby, what's up? What's up, baby? What's good? I don't care, man.
Fucking Dutch.
Archdutch Labubu.
Oh no.
All right, let's pull it back. Let's pull it back so we can keep telling this story. So, you were saying...
God, I wish I was
Kalista,
home right now with my
about-
Labubus.
You were saying about the magics.
The city will stay afloat for the time being, even if every Air Genasi left. But something is breaking that trust between them. And I can't help but to think that that's what Beelzebub was talking about.
Good.
Something is in motion. Good, until we're caught in the middle of it.
Let them
Until
fall.
we're fighting.
Why do you care if they stay in the air?
Because they're still people.
They're making their own choices to oppress the other people.
They're following
I'm not here
orders.
To save them.
They are
Every
listening
order.
to what they are told.
But they have free will, just like you and I do. They have autonomy.
I'm not saying they're good people. I am saying they don't deserve to fall 100 meters to a painful death.
Just a quick interjection that I'll remove. Even in heated conversations, make sure not to talk over each other too much so that we can hear everything.
Yeah,
That's all.
sorry.
You guys are doing great. Please resume.
I'm not happy that they're dying, but I'm not sad that they are either.
And for that, I don't blame you. But to me, any loss of life is a loss of life.
I'm just glad we don't have to fight them while they're flying in the sky.
The entire time this conversation has been happening, Korrin is just staring at Jaeger.
He notices, but he is just listening. Soaking it in like a sponge. Trying to understand.
Where would you all head from here? Or what would you do from here?
Where the fuck is Shin? Can any of you get up with him?
No, he does not want to be found right now. It would be... I don't know. You're a betting woman, Korrin.
Every day I wake up and face the world, I'm a betting woman.
So how much would you like to put that he's causing some of this?
$10 gold.
I'd meet that bet any day, Red.
Take that bet? I'll take that bet.
Yeah. The house is going to win on this one because he's behind some of this, then. As to where he is doing it, God only knows at this point. He took off back towards the low terrace, but he's a fast motherfucker. He could be anywhere in this city.
I do not like the fact that he has the crown and the sword at this moment. Being alone and slightly on edge.
Slightly.
He's a monk. He's a monk. He's not going to use the sword.
He's a barbarian.
He was one.
He was one.
Once a barbarian, always a barbarian.
Does not matter what he was, he is alone.
I know. I think we should go to the low terrace first. Hunt him down.
He is fueled by what he feels is right. That is why he is barbarian.
I'm a business.
Some of you don't disagree. That is fine. But would you think that what he's been doing lately is very monk-like?
I think Buddhism, or
What?
whatever he follows, has all things in balance.
I think he's off balance right now.
Maybe he's making up for our balance.
Oh, baby, we have never been balanced. I've only known you for a few days, but none of us are in balance.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's why I like you all. I agree, though. We need to go find him. Quickly.
I agree. We should find him.
And Val, I know you might not believe me when I say this, but I am on your side. And she's gonna start walking towards the lower terrace.
What did you say, Val?
So she's going to, I think, turn away before I even have a chance to respond, but I am going to say underneath my breath, I believe you, but it's not me you're trying to tell that to.
All 5 of you take 2 luck points for that scene. Jaeger, take 1 more for the line. It doesn't matter what he is, he's alone. We see the 5 of you head back towards the low terrace. And once again, crossing in that way, no problem. As you start to walk through the low terrace, you see those people like I described. But you also see something else. Something that wasn't there when you left this morning for Shin's trial. In a couple places, under overhangs, so that they can't be seen. Why are people doing this?
Oh, it's how many luck points we just got.
Oh, okay.
You're all good.
I was like, peace. Yeah, there are peace signs everywhere.
Yes.
Everyone is real chill here now, y'all. As you're walking, you see under overhangs where they couldn't be conveniently seen from the sky, or just in little tucked away places. Very recently done, and relatively sloppily done, graffiti. The paint is different colors, but the symbol is all generally the same. A fist. Specifically of a right hand. See it in a number of locations.
I've seen this graffiti before. I've seen graffiti like this.
Oh.
Similar. Like, same artist, different day.
I don't think this. I don't think you've seen this.
Of Avor?
I think this... I mean, you have seen graffiti, obviously. But this is something new.
Oh, no. Oh,
He's been busy.
But oh, no.
Is that just a fist?
The man did want to start a revolution. It looks like it's going to be televised.
And as you say that, you come across another one of these. Another one of these graffitis. This one has words underneath it. Fist of Liberation.
King's pretty good on that. That's pretty good.
Liberation is misspelled, by the way. It's written in... So, actually, clarification, it is written in the common tongue, trade tongue, but it is... Liberation is misspelled.
Tell me, Val. Are you ready for another war? A day after our last one.
One is never ready for it.
I would suggest you become very ready very quickly then. Our boy has been doing his own preparation.
It was always going to be this fast. We only had 5 days. If I die today, it'll be the same as if I die in 200 years.
No.
It'll be the same for me.
Maybe for you, but not for the people that you could save. It is the same reason we went and got him out of prison. He saved a lot of lives in High Gale. Just like you.
And hopefully he can save some here. Hopefully we can.
We will see, but I suspect that there will be a bit more poor souls here, just as it was in High Gale.
We see as the 5...
You just hear Val groan. Just not groaning frustrated at Lorwryn, groaning frustrated at just in general, like, yep. Mm-hmm.
We see as the 5 of you approach Kalista's home, where you can get warm temporarily and figure out what, if anything, you're going to do next. So let's take a break, and we'll pick up with everyone there in just a second. Be right back, y'all. Just a couple minutes. See y'all soon. We are back. So, the 5 of you re-enter into Kalista's childhood home. At this point in time, it's around 4 o'clock in the afternoon or so. What would you all like to do? The day is yours. Yeah.
Is there any sign that Shin was here?
Make me an investigation check.
Ooh, 17.
With a 17, not only do you not find any sign of him being here, you find certain things that you would expect to have noticed if he had been here, possibly changed, and they aren't. Seems like no one has been here since you've left.
So how do we find him? He's clearly not been here.
Is there a fight going on? Because he's probably there, knowing Shin.
No, he's not. He's smart. He would be doing from the shadows. He would be doing my thing.
Yeah, he stole your shtick.
No, but he's smart. You don't just walk down the middle of the street like bulls on parade. You strike fast, you strike from the shadows, and then you come back out before they even know that you were there. He's giving examples of hope. He knows he can't fight the one-man army.
Hope
He's
inspires me.
sowing seeds.
Seeds need time to grow. We're running out of time.
Unless you dump a bunch of shit on top of it and then it gets fertilizer.
I suspect that's more akin to what he's doing.
That's in gasoline.
Well, do
All
we
on-
want to go out into the streets to find him?
I suspect we should find the locals and see what is up. Perhaps there is a day and a time that things are happening. It would be best if we knew what the hell he has started here. And at least know where to get away from. I know it's not the most moral path, but a war in the streets could provide us enough of a distraction for us to go and find old Ballsy.
Korrin,
Pronounce the city name again for me, Thaval-Ahim.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, whatever way we figure out and when we find him, at the end of the day, the drums of liberation will beat for Thaval-Ahim.
Or the death march of this world.
I suspect a little bit of both.
Where can the Skywatch not find him? Where are the sewers? Where are the areas that he could hide out in this area?
Would I know that, Ethan?
There are subterranean parts of pretty much all of the terraces, all parts of Thaval-Ahim. It's very cold, and so things are built into the rock. There are a lot of things that can't be seen by the Skywatch. Make me a... Yeah, I think on it, like, in terms of the question of, like, underground stuff, the most shelter, like, almost anywhere here is underground. And one thing I will note is, as you all walked into the low terrace, another thing that you noticed was the distinct absence of any skywatch overhead, or any adjudicators in the streets. Despite their heavy presence at the bridge areas, they seem to have left the low terrace to its own devices.
You heard that, Lorwryn. The severance, correct?
Correct. They will cut off the city.
They will cut the low terrace from the city.
100%.
Let it fall.
If they can, yes. They'll either disconnect it at the bridge, or they will drop it into the ocean. Into the mountains below us.
It's happening at dawn. Whatever we do, we have to do fast.
It is also possible that they will take over. And severance means that they are pushing all of the outsiders out of the area, and they will, for lack of a better word, gentrify. They will make a new low terrace for the lower upper class, maybe. But we shall see. I suspect if pride is on their side, then they're not giving anybody a chance to get out very quickly. Let's put it that way. There will be no grace period.
Didn't they tell you, Kalista, at the very end, that because of your father, they wanted to tell you to be out of the low terrace? Which makes it seem like you should not just be out of it because to be found here would be unfortunate, but because you would be dead.
Starting to look that way. They've brought the adjudicators out. The Skywatch rests at the bridge. In their eyes, anyone with value has left the terrace.
Ironic, isn't it? The 5 saviors of the land so far are still here. And I suspect the 6th is not too far away from us. I would say that's pretty valuable, eh?
Definitely.
Maybe not in their eyes, but still.
Jaeger, as this conversation has been happening, could you make me a perception check, please?
$22.
22. You notice through the window, one of the windows, you see a kid, a half-orc kid who is holding like a small bucket of paint, and with his hands is currently painting the rough shape of a fist.
Not to interrupt, but I think Shin has outsourced. And he's gonna point out the window.
And you see you all see as the kid finishes up and goes hustling.
I want to teleport right in front of him.
Yeah, you know what?
Shadow step right to him.
I was waiting for that. I was like, come on,
No roll there. Just right in front of him. Ah!
Quiet.
Excuse me?
Quiet. Nope. Child, stay.
Puts the paint can behind his back and fails to realize that his right hand is currently yellow. And then does, and puts it behind his back also.
I am a friend. Where is the Sky Fist?
I'm not sure. A bunch of kids came running in and got a bunch of us some paint. Told us to paint fists that there's someone who's standing up against this, kicking us out.
We all are. And I'm trying to help our friend.
Good.
He's been my friend for a little while. But I'm worried he might be in danger, and I want to make sure he is safe.
I don't know. I haven't seen him. They just... my friends came back. They were outside. They had left, and they came back in, and... I haven't seen him. But I heard that there's going to be a fight, and we're not going to let them take her home without one.
When is this fight?
I heard something about noon tomorrow.
That is after the curfew.
That's maybe earlier then. I don't know. I don't know. They just asked me to help paint this to spread the word, to let people know, to stop people from leaving, so they could fight. I'm sorry. I don't know more.
Where are the rest of the children?
They're all...
Maybe somebody else knows.
all around the terrace.
Try not to get seen. Go on.
Goes jogging off.
And Lorwryn will look over towards the group, maybe through the window kind of thing, and she's just looking concerned. Like there is a legit worry on her face for the first time in a very long time. And she'll start walking back towards everybody. And when she gets there, she will explain what the child said to her, and then begin sort of pacing back and forth a little bit. And she stops and kind of looks at the group and goes, "If it's noon tomorrow, that is after they have told us to leave. When did they tell everybody else to get out of here?"
Also sunrise.
These people have had a death sentence then.
By
They are
grouping them all together.
fighting.
You're right. By having them show up at that time, they have them all there together, and it's an easy fix of just eliminating them all in one go.
And if they're going to cut this terrace, all of these people will still be standing on it.
That is at worst. Or maybe at best for them. At worst, their own people slaughter them one by one. Without remorse. Soldiers following orders. We have to find Shin. These people are in danger. More than even they know. Spread
I
out.
agree.
Do we have any way of alerting each other if we find him?
Not really beyond sending.
Jaeger, you have sending.
Can't hear you, buddy.
Check your perception. I was
Turn your voice box
wrong
on.
button. Like droid and stuff. I was. I do not have sending.
Then we split into two. At best, we split into two groups.
Let me check if I have sending.
You can use Arcane Recovery. Oh, no, that doesn't change what you have prepared.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have sending prepared.
Fuck. Okay. We just have to go fast then.
How many scrolls did we make for Val to cast sending to her?
That was
boss?
when you were back in Highgale, and Kalista's office just had a stack of scrolls of papers of sending, because that's how communication was done. But it was just the one that was provided for that use. No one said they were taking more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I found one beneath the seat. Oh, weird.
I'll give you one. I'll give you one that's like stuck in one of your.
You get
in my bag of holding.
Just as Jaeger.
It was in the anus all along.
It was stuck in the anus. I don't know if I'd use
You got
that.
a little paper on your anus.
I don't know if I'd use that.
It's fine.
It's a little spicy.
Ethan, I had a question.
Yeah.
So this is probably outdated knowledge as it was 200 years ago, but Kalista definitely, with her father, dealt in more along the lines of the undercity of the city for the most part.
Mm.
Is there any locations that I would know would be like meeting locations or central locations used?
Used previously or just used in general as gathering spots?
Like previously in a private matter. Like
I think most of your knowledge of that is probably of
pretty
old
outdated.
Thaval-Ahim because of where he operated out of. And I think that's probably where you have more knowledge of the underground aspects. This is predominantly a residential area. I mean, if you're looking for like places that people use to gather now, just like general gathering spots, I mean, there are, theaters or marketplaces, larger buildings that might serve as gathering places in general now, but a lot of your more shady knowledge is, one, a little outdated, like you said. Two, he wasn't shared. You know what? Make me a history check.
Cool.
Let's see how much he shared with you.
I mean, it wasn't like I was a child. I was still 200 years old.
I mean,
you know?
yeah, but you're a child to him. If you're 200, he's 700.
He was old. Unfortunately, only 16.
Oh, 16. I mean, so he did share he was not sharing nothing with you. But you have knowledge of where the basic sewer system is in the low terrace, where it would empty out and just different areas like that. So you do have some knowledge of the literal underground here in the low terrace, but most of your shady knowledge had to do with old Thaval-Ahim itself.
Okay. This is clutching at straws with the 16. As far as shady knowledge goes and like meeting spots in old Thaval-Ahim, what would I know of a location that checks that box as well as unseen by Skywatch?
Oh, yeah, almost all of them would be out of Skywatch view. Either literally or figuratively underground locations, yeah. Definitely don't want to be seen by the Skywatch. There in Old Thaval-Ahim, there is a space that served as a theater that never, that when a newer one was carved out of the mountain, it was never put to other use. And so that was a place where, in Old Thaval-Ahim, where your father might meet up with contacts who didn't want to be seen. That's one that comes to mind.
Ready? I have a couple locations I can check back on the other terraces. How far are we wanting to split? And how confident are we that we're not going to be arrested and have our hands chopped off?
Because reminder, there is it is not simply the curfew in effect anymore. There is, this morning's posting also said that residents of the Foreigner's Terrace could not enter other terraces without permission from the Pinnacle Court. You all have been using your deception to get past that previously, but if you split up and things like that, it might become a little bit more difficult.
And also, we did pretty much ground all of the Skyhogs too, so they're on foot now.
Jaeger?
About what time is it right now?
This point, we're approaching early evening, so like 5:30.
Let's just go.
Where?
Let's try any of the places that you know. We'll do our best. And if we have to crack a few eggs, then so be it.
Do we crack the eggs or try and get people off the terrace? We could send them to Highgale, or at least point them in the right direction.
We have to make a choice. Either we try to save as many people on the lower terrace as possible, or we hunt down Shin and we try to end this tonight. I don't know if killing Beelzebub will end any of this, but it can't hurt.
It certainly would help, that is for sure. I say we go. The people here know that they are fighting for. If at best we could get them up going early, they'll at least be in some relevant safety in some other terrace, maybe. You only have to break one bridge to get the people off of the island.
Could we spread the knowledge of the severance to them? Know that it ends at dawn? Start the fight tonight?
We could. Cause a little bit of ruckus. Cause a little mayhem. That way the police force has something to deal with while we're going up further.
To what end, though? We want to try to stop water between these. Our belief is that things will go back to somewhat normal if we take out Beelzebub. And we're here trying to pit mortals against each other.
I was hoping to use the severance more as a way to inform the people that they either run tonight or they fight tonight. Their choice is theirs, and I cannot make that choice for them.
No, they have been led astray by another.
But we can give them the best chance possible.
We give them knowledge. You are right. What they do with it is their own. Do I know where that child is again?
That exact child? No, he gone. Scary lady popped up in front of him and he ran. But you could certainly try to find someone else or anything along those lines.
As we walk?
As we walk.
As we walk.
When you say as we walk. Are you all, is there a particular end destination, or are you trying to, like, make the rounds around the low terrace to speak to as many people as possible? Which is the goal here?
We just need one. We need one that is... We need one.
Okay.
That can go back and tell everybody.
In that case, could you all make me a group investigation check? This is not to see if you find someone. This is to see how quickly.
Do we all roll?
Damn, Korrin! Yes, please, everyone roll.
You know what? That's okay, because myself, I am thinking of something. It's what Barnaby was talking about. My brain. I'm just just recollecting what he said. It's that Shin spearheaded it faster, made it faster.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I don't think Barry wants the really, really snooty people to have this. I think he wants the underdogs their pride because it's hungry. They want more versus someone who already has a bunch of, who can have anything they want. It's easier to be fed from someone who's hungry. They cause more God damn it. God fucking damn it.
But is it the army that he wants? He doesn't have the army of Avernus like Zariel did.
That's the
He's
point.
getting his own.
He's getting his own. He's getting... Fuck! Oh my god!
Yes. But think about it this way. Hold on, before you go too far.
Okay.
The peasants in the low terrace wouldn't stand a chance against anybody left in Highgale at this point.
They wouldn't.
And so he's trying to play on... No, he's trying to play on to get all of these people and that are very well equipped at this point to take over and basically have it their beck and call. Because where does it end? Right?
Yeah.
They get rid of the foreigners out of there. Where does it end? It starts to spread.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's fueled by that. So
Korrin, you're wrestling with this a little bit. And you hear, I could tell you if you ask nicely. As Korrin hears this, you all, with a nat 20 and a nat 1 amongst the group rolls, those just countering each other out, we had a 15, a 20, and a 7 in there. So, a little above 10 on average there. It takes you about 35 minutes. The low terrace isn't small. Thaval-Ahim is not tiny. It has a population of about 10,000, and the low terrace has a little under 4,000 people who live here in total. So you have to do some walking. It takes you about 35 or so minutes, and you see a goblin who has purple paint and is just putting the finishing touches and is writing the final misspelled, the final letter of misspelled liberation. Turns and just sees the 5 of you standing right there. And you watch a change on this kid. This goblin is probably about 13 years old or so, maybe 14. And at first he's sheepish upon you all having caught him, and then, like, you watch reality drop over the childhood innocence of shame about something like that, and starts up, yeah, and just nods at you and turns to walk off.
Hey, kid.
Ah.
2 things. Have you seen the Skyfist?
Skyfist? No. You mean the Fist of Liberation? It's our same name.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw him.
Where is he?
I know where he is now. But last I saw him was outside the walls. A couple miles down. Or actually, no. It wouldn't have been a couple miles down, I'm remembering. Last time I saw him was outside the walls. About half a mile down.
Okay.
He's
Secondly,
organizing resistance. My family and I were leaving, and people are gathering outside of the walls, ready to strike.
when?
Looks around, and then looks at you, Kalista, and
She's
kind
gonna
of
look
pulls back.
pointedly. She's gonna look pointedly at Korrin, and then step away.
Hi, Should. How are you doing?
Fine. Supposed to. They're gonna be hitting the armory noon tomorrow. Get the weapons and take the Thaval-Ahim. For us, we're the ones who built it.
Well, Should, listen here. I need you to get a message back to the Fist of Liberation. 1, tell him his friends are looking for him. And 2, and we'll look back at the others.
Severance, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think that plan's going to work.
Looks a little offended.
No,
Yeah,
not that it's not a
we're gonna
bad...
fight.
No, honey. Not that it's not a bad plan. It's just that I think you were told some misinformation. You're going to have to do it before 12. Because the terrorists, they're going to cut it off. And she will grab him. Hey, we're trying to save you and your people and your family. But I need for you to tell your people, your fighters, that this is going to happen before 12.
Yeah.
We're trying our best to help you guys. And tell the Fist of Liberation his friends are looking for it, and we need to talk. Now. And she will reach into her pocket and give him food. Go.
Could you make me a persuasion check, please, Korrin?
I get advantage.
As you're doing that, Cory, did you have something for right now?
Thank God! God damn it!
I can, depending on how you want to do this, I can blend this together and kind of like slightly retcon.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, cool.
What's happening is happening.
Do I have inspiration?
Yeah.
Cool, because I had advantage and it was both shit. So I'm gonna roll it. I'm gonna use my advantage. I'm gonna use my inspiration, because big gold bitch, be
so
nice.
You just get to roll it one more time now.
Fuck it, damn it!
God.
My God.
3, 5, and
Damn,
7
5
on
and 7.
3 rolls.
It's because Korrin gave him Werther's originals, and he's like, "This is shit."
What is this shit?
Oh God, now I really want some Werther's originals.
He takes the food from you. All right, yeah. I'll pass it along, but I was told personally by this guy. Oh, I was told personally by the fist. We have to paint these symbols. I'm not done yet. After that I can.
You said he was outside of the walls.
Last
You saw him.
Last I saw him? Yeah. That's where they're organizing, yeah.
Korrin, we go there. He will come back.
Mav just tried another roll just to see. There was no, and it was a 10. The dice gods have decided how this moment is going. But
You're turning the barrel tonight, bud.
But that is a failure does not mean the worst possible thing ever happens. It means, the worst on a spectrum. And it's possible that even the lowest result is still good because of your roleplay. It's just how good.
Cool. I rolled 3 d20s just for shits and giggles. I got an 8, a 2, and another 1. So this is what it is.
Yep.
Just dealing with it.
Yep.
Quick save nothing. Can't save this.
Reload. But yes, says that is where the fist was last seen. Or he last saw the fist, at least.
All right, let's go find him.
All right. Be safe. Goes running off.
We go.
Kalista.
Yep. Oh, I was just gonna motion towards Kalista to say, let's. I know she stepped away.
She will follow, but she's gonna keep behind the group now.
Where are you going?
Towards the walls where the goblin had indicated.
Okay. Could you all make me another group check, another group investigation check, please?
Question.
Oh, now you want to fucking work. Bitch.
Yes, Jaeger.
Oh god. The inspiration, do those carry over from session to session, or are they? Okay.
You are not banking 10 rerolls.
I'm gonna get what I want.
No, not that.
You gotta use those.
Damn. I'm already a resource hoarder in video games. Don't make me a resource hoarder in TTRPGs where 50 sessions, never once used my inspiration. Bring on that PPG. Crit every hit. So, you all, it takes you about another, walking down this way, you walk alongside other people who are leaving. Like I said, population just under about 4,000 in the low terrace, and a majority of them, it appears, are obeying the edict. Also, as you're walking down with a 18, 24, 21, 18, and Jaeger was there too. You occasionally, as you're walking down, you catch people walking the opposite direction in the line and stopping people, talking to them, in hushed tones. Sometimes the people they talk to step out of the line, talk longer, and maybe even continue back the opposite direction with them, while others, again the majority, listen, stop, or just brush them off entirely before continuing past those who are walking towards the low terrace. It's only a smattering of them, but you notice them. So you proceed down the train, you approach the exit of, again, you have to take another one of the enchanted glass bridges. This one, though, leads directly down right to a gate and exit from Thaval-Ahim entirely. And as
Are there any guards at that gate?
Yes, as you approach that bridge, it is guarded by at least a dozen adjudicators, and there are a couple Skywatch members who are still in the air up above here.
I hate this fucking city.
Would you all be would you all be leaving the city, or would you be trying to find Shin within the walls? Figuratively speaking.
Kalista's going to catch up to Korrin and just tap her arm.
Yeah.
I have a feeling if you step out those gates, they won't let you back in.
So he's somewhere inside the city.
Not necessarily.
Where the hell could he be?
I'm not saying he's not outside the gates. I'm saying that if you and Val and Jaeger were to leave the city, I have a feeling they won't let you guys back in.
You're having this conversation and you occasionally get jostled by people leaving, families, many of them with tears still in their eyes as they haul each other along.
I swear to fucking God, Cory, I'm gonna have to turn your camera off.
You can mute him, yeah. Disable his video.
This is one of the advantages of playing online. You can turn off someone's camera. Harder to do that in person. Just hold your hand up the whole session.
I literally have my cursor over his mouth right now, so I can't see what he's doing.
Cory
I have a question
has barely
about...
said a word and is still a menace.
His eyes say it all. Outside the walls, is it still floating? Like, or is it to a bridge of like a non-floating area?
The bridge
What's the...
deposits to part of the actual mountain itself, not one of the floating sections. Once you leave that bridge, it is solid, grounded mountain.
Got it. Okay.
Korrin looks around and is kind of... On her face is a motion of like heartbreak, of anger, of not being able to just fix this, and a little bit of sadness. Okay, so we don't go to the gate. We go back in. There's got to be somewhere where he is. Like, how far can a one-handed man go?
The man we're talking about is Shin.
I know that was a rhetorical question.
Right.
I still have my legs.
Shin is known for his two-leg, one-hand walk.
Oh, jeez.
Bear crawling it.
Oh, not the bear crawl.
Hey, Ethan.
Yo.
There are 3 levels to the Thaval-Ahim?
4.
Do you mean how many terraces, as in the living areas, or how many parts are floating? Or how many parts there are in total?
What's the class system here?
Make me a history check. Actually, that brings up a point. I meant to have Kalista also make a history check for a little while ago, something that happened. Make it with advantage because of your history, Lorwryn. Same for you, Kalista.
Okay, that's better.
So I'll answer Lorwryn's first while Kalista rolls hers. There, historically, hasn't been that much of a class system. The use of the titles of the first terrace, of the second terrace, of the third, or what was once in history called the fourth terrace, was simply a convenient designation so you knew where your family lived, could make connections, like that. Thaval-Ahim hasn't had much of a caste system historically. It is a government of, what is it called, the gerontocracy? What's the correct word for it? I need to know because I should know. It's a gerontocracy. It's a council of elders, but historically there hasn't been that much of one. And while initially Thaval-Ahim was founded by elves, it never sought to keep people out as a state policy or anything like that who weren't elves. And that brings me to you, Kalista. There was something that goblin kid said that stuck in your craw wrong, that wasn't quite accurate. He said, "We're going to take Thaval-Ahim and put it in the hands of those who built it." Elves built it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking it was.
Now, not exclusively, it's not like it was 100%, but it was in the 90% when Thaval-Ahim was founded. It was founded and created by elves. And then others came to live here as well. But that part there just... that wasn't quite accurate.
I think you might be onto something. Oh, go on.
Go.
There's something that Goblin said about putting the city back in the hands that built it. Which is incorrect. For the elves built this city, for the most part. You might be onto something, Korrin. He might be wanting to use the lower terrace to get... to collapse the city further. Somebody is sowing lies now. Not just pride, not just revolution, but lies. And building it off a foundation of lies. People are going to die fighting for something they believe, and it isn't even the truth.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. And you kind of see those patches on her body start to get real hot. Real hot. Where you do feel the heat. You know, he spoke to me a while ago. Betty Ann, he spoke to me. He said all I had to do was ask him nicely and he'd tell me what he was doing. I was hoping I didn't have to. But of course, Beelzebub, the Lord of Lies, please grace me with your presence.
is no response.
Oh, well, fuck you too, you little piece of shit.
Fuck you too, bitch.
So, do we want to see if Shin is on the other side of this gate before we continue to search inside the city?
He's not on the other side of that gate. Not yet, at least.
But he was.
It's also fast as fuck. I can fly.
I mean, some of us could probably get on one side of the gate to the other if we wanted to. That is a way I could check and come back if you need me to.
Will it expend much of your power doing so?
Not if I'm sneaky enough.
Then I think that would be best. If it is okay with everyone else.
At worst, I meet you back at your home. The Thaval-Ahim can't keep me away from you.
Hot damn! Ship it. I'm in there.
Suddenly, Glacia is inside one of your heads. What's happening here?
You say that as if they ever left Kalista. Okay, let's be honest here.
Well, that's in world, so Kalista.
That's hot. Kalista will turn to Korrin. Or to Lorwryn. Be safe. We'll wait here for 15 minutes.
I have just enough left to do a cast sending too, so if shit goes wrong, I will tell you. And she's gonna put her hood up.
It doesn't.
She smiles. For many sakes. And she's gonna put her hood up and walk out the gate.
No one harasses you as you walk out. And Rin, as you're walking this pathway, you see these families, these people walking down the mountain, this alpine region where mostly just moss and small shrubs manage to persist, and very, very stubborn wildlife that has made this their home. It's a downtrodden scene. Then you see two kids, no older than 12, running, chasing each other, gales of laughter. And it's only after you turn to look at them that you realize they're not quite entirely there. Lorwryn, what did you look like when you were a child?
He tries to think about this for a long time. And she barely remembers. She assumes light purple skin, white hair, blue eyes, but facial features and her body and things, she just doesn't quite remember. It's more like a feeling, I guess, when she looks back on all of that.
The two children that you see, the one out in front just by 7 or so feet, a dwarven girl. But the taller one, turns and looks over her shoulder as if looking at someone else who's chasing them in a game of tag. And it's like looking in a mirror. You may not remember yourself young, but there is something primal about the recognition with sapient beings of self. You recognize yourself. And as the two run off, they just fade out.
She stays for a second and just breathes deeply, and then I'm imagining that outside of the walls there could be possibly encampments or things like that. Maybe people who are starting to kind of maybe set up.
So, as you are out here and you look around, we're going to carry over your 24 investigation check that you made for this just a minute ago. 1, as you get outside, you notice that just about a quarter of a mile, half a mile from the exit from Thaval-Ahim proper, all military presence stops. They're guarding the gate. They don't give a shit once you're out. And from up here, from an elevated perspective, as people are traveling downward, you can see that there is a pretty decent collection of people forming about a mile and a half down from where you are. Do you head that way?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just gonna head that way.
You're able to make good time between running and shadow stepping. With that investigation check, you get down there and you see that this cluster of people seems to not have any intent of moving any further. And as the train of refugees hits here, they are met with people who preach the word of revolution, of rebellion, convincing people to stay and fight. One of these is a human man, late 50s. Seems to be relatively in charge, or at least someone that people look up to or listen to.
She's gonna try to quietly pull him aside. Just not too far away or anything like that, but just trying to pull him aside to try to get a word with him. You are preaching for revolution. Yes?
Aye.
Are you one with the Skyfist? Or what do y'all call him? The Fist of Liberation.
Aye. Shin. Fist of Liberation. It's given us hope. Shown that we can fight back.
Where is Shin? Do you know? I'm his friend. I got him out of prison.
He gives a gesture with his head and his eyes where he just kind of jerks his head back towards the Thaval-Ahim.
He made his way back inside to gather those who had stayed. And the low terrace, get them ready.
Your people... I do not wish violence, but I also do not wish you to be displaced. So understand that I am telling you this because I want to see your people safe.
You know something?
Something bad is going to happen at dusk, or at dawnbreak.
Well,
I know from...
That's why anyone who isn't gone is arrested.
clearing out the whole terrace. That's why we're leaving.
Yes, but I worry that this revolution that is supposed to start at noon, there won't be anything left to revolt against by the time you get there.
So we have to strike quick. Tonight.
It's possible. It is possible, yes.
Do you know when? When we'll strike?
I do not. That is actually why I'm trying to find Shin, because I am trying to back him up. You have heard of Highgale, no?
Of course.
What happened there?
Oh.
We fought alongside him. Saved the city. He's trying to do the same here. And I'm trying to do the same with him.
If you fight for us, then you're a friend of mine. If we need to strike tonight, then we need to strike tonight. I can spread the word, get people ready. We're not much. But damn if we're going to let them take our home without a fight.
If one is different, one is bound to be lonely. But fear can hurt you no more than a dream. Be safe, friend. I'm gonna go try to find Shin so I can help any way that I can.
Good luck,
Just know there are others. There are others on the inside who support you. Just know.
Good. Good. Then we have hope. Tonight.
Sometimes that is hope is all you have.
Hope is enough.
And with that, she's going to turn and try to start making her way back towards the city.
Absolutely. Your plan for making it back in, I assume, being or shadow step?
We're going to shadow step around. We're going to slink and go as best we can.
Absolutely. Could you please make me a stealth check with advantage, Lorwryn? And I saw Jaeger's hand.
Just for when we cut back.
Oh, cool.
But that's a 16 on mine. I'm gonna reroll that. That's cocked. Which is ironic. Which is ironic on a D&D Beyond
but I have seen it happen.
Screen,
I legit have seen it happen.
Yeah.
Have
on
seen
my
it.
screen, because I'm using the amethyst die, it looks like it was like kind of cocked on that.
I've seen it.
Yep. Okay,
That's
23
realism.
on this spell.
23.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I love that they built realism into the app. I actually do appreciate
frustration
that,
with your dice getting cocked even on the computer. Son of a how? 23. Yeah, no problem at all. You managed to take advantage of the adjudicators focusing on others, going to deal with one of the people who is stopping and talking to people, breaking that up, getting them moving, and you just back onto the other side. Because it was a mile and a half, even at actually at top speed, you would with Shadow Step, I would say you would make it back here like 2 minutes after the 15.
Yeah.
So
because I had a conversation.
Lorwryn is just a touch late when she shows up, but pretty close to the time schedule.
Jaeger, you had something, bud?
Yeah, when Lorwryn leaves, Jaeger is going to be looking around just in the initial vicinity. He wants to see if he can find some kind of bell tower. If there is any.
The construction of Thaval-Ahim is one that doesn't lend itself to enormously tall structures because it is carved into and from the mountain. Where Highgale had its heights, Thaval-Ahim, its grander buildings, have their depths.
So that's what he'll be doing during this time.
I don't want to just give you like a
no, it's okay.
there. So is there something else that you like? Is there something else that I can give you? What are you aiming for here with looking for that?
He was just looking for a bell. He had an idea of maybe how to find Shin.
Oh, I mean,
and if he could find a bell, he could ring it.
Mm.
But if there's no bell, there's no bell. That's okay.
Bell? No, there is no bell. That's more of a human thing.
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah, sure. And so as you're still looking around and you can see the numerous floating spurs that make up Thaval-Ahim, the Cloud Market, area of the dawn. Lorwryn, hood still up, walks back to you all.
Was it productive, darling?
Shin is here, inside the city. As expected, he's been hitting certain targets, gathering people, working with the child labor to get his insignia posted. I've warned them all, though.
Warned them of the...
Yes. They feel like they will strike tonight, but they are waiting. They're gathering, but they are waiting for Shin.
So,
the sun has
Lower
started
Terrace
to
sun.
set at this point, just so you know.
If he's rousting people, he must still be in the 4th terrace.
Likely, yes. Should we head back?
I think so.
Getting back into the low terrace from this particular bridge, this particular exit, since it leads outside of the Thaval-Ahim, is more lightly guarded, since you had to pass another gate already to get in here, to have returned here. So there isn't a ton of presence who are able to just walk back as someone who forgot, as people who forgot something. They don't really give you a huge notice. By the time you make it back to the low terrace proper, the sun has pretty much entirely set. And all of you make me perception checks, please.
$16.
11. Actually, I'm going to use my inspiration for this one.
Or roll a 17.
21.
I got a 10. Korrin's pissed.
Well,
Wait, what did Val get?
17.
Oh, nice.
all of you, where would you be returning, or where would you be heading? Is there a location in mind in the low terrace?
I think we're just gonna start hitting the streets, listening for any commotion or conversation wherever somebody might be roasting somebody.
As you make your way through the streets, you notice a number of people. Not as many as who were leaving, but a number of people heading towards the more central part of the low terrace, near where the bridge towards Old Thaval-Ahim is. And as you all notice that, all of you hear a voice, incredibly loud. And Lorwryn, Jaeger, and Kalista, with the highest perception checks, you immediately recognize it as Shin. What do they hear, Shin?
It cut me out on
Yes,
that
it did.
Yeah, I did.
Here. Okay, there we go.
Cut you out again.
Still cutting.
It's still good. It's gonna noise.
It's all right.
You
I can
'cause
always
it
up the volume. The volume will match. So.
Yeah, no, it's. I've almost have it like negative down. Like it is. Oh, it's still.
It's not
what
the
is...
yeah. It. I would just try delivering it more just projected and less scream because the mic won't.
Yeah,
Plus, I have it from the previous one where it did for some reason let you scream.
I think Discord is undone a setting for me. Because I normally can control that. I'll just do it. It's like.
Pause.
I'm still cutting you, my love.
I need you to. Can you return your volume to where it was?
Yeah, I have it. I have it
there,
set here.
Now it's better. It just picked up again. But I think you're probably going to have to deliver it as. Like.
Yeah, I was doing that just now. All right, I'll just. Here we go. Here I am. I stand before you in defiance of all that you stand for. You have oppressed them long before any have taken your minds. And he points to all. They, the ones you stand above, built brick by brick this city, and now we wrench it from your hands. And he looks down at all of those who have stayed.
And quick pause. As you all hear this and recognize it as Shin, the three of you, again, with that highest perception, see first, the other two seeing, as everyone points it out, Shin high in the sky. Silver wings, spectral wings spread wide. That aspect of the dragon that he carries inside of himself, raising his voice to supernatural levels. In that exact moment, what would you all do? Would you go running towards where he is? Because it's still a couple 100 meters away horizontally. Kalista.
I don't know if that picked up. I'm going to cast Fly on myself and make my way directly to him.
Kalista takes off. Korrin, and then Val.
Once I notice that it is Shin, I'm just gonna whisper, "What did you do?" and talking to Valspol.
I'm winning, Korrin. You could have been on the winning side. Shin? Oh, I'm sorry. Val. And then Shin.
Is there a group of people he's talking to, I assume?
You see, again, a couple 100 meters away, but you're able to see that there is a crowd, couple 100 strong, gathered underneath him. More people flocking that direction by the second. You start running that way.
Yeah.
Hold up, Kalista. On. What were you going to say?
I was just going to ask a question. Is the crowd people of the 4th terrace or people of the other terraces?
People of the 4th terrace, the low terrace, it seems.
Cool.
Numerous different species here. Lorwryn, Jaeger, either of you two doing anything in this exact instant?
Following Val.
Running off. Lorwryn.
You're going to stand there. I want to see how this plays out.
Shin.
Now, rise and take back your home. Take the Thaval-Ahim.
Kalista, just as he finishes that, you start to approach. But before you get to him, well, Shin? What do you say?
Shin looks down at the two groups at the bridges. Sees that these oppressed, they've cut the
bridges, won't they?
Lista's just gonna nod.
There is a large military presence on the opposite side of the bridge, adjudicators and Skywatch both. Approximately 75% of the entire garrison that they could marshal.
We
Please
have.
stop.
And he turns, looks Kalista in the eye, and out loud says, "We have a deal."
Kalista?
Can I use a monologue token on Cory?
So, this is a new little mechanic that I've introduced taking from Good Society. Monologue token. This is something you get once every session or so that you can play on another character to inquire about their inner monologue. None of the PCs will know this. This is not something you hear. You do not read his thoughts. Now that said, Shin, and you were a touch quiet before, so I want to make sure we can hear you.
This is not balance. And I am not strong enough to balance the scales. They will die for my hubris. I can get him the throne of Asmodeus. That's all I have to do. That is the term of our deal. I get him the throne of Asmodeus. He goes back to his hells.
Not quite.
What is one king?
Both of you hear in your heads. You also agreed not to oppose me.
You agreed to give me this world.
I will once you give me the throne of Asmodeus, and not a moment before. Until then, you aid me. We're friends now, Shin. And friends help each other.
He has not agreed to this deal yet. Have you, Shin?
Have you, Shin?
There's no other way.
No. There are other ways to achieve balance. You told me this 205 years ago. You told me that when the weight doesn't line up, when the weight does not sit balance, you add more. You try something else. And you don't give up.
Then where were you? Don't think I did not notice your absence in the prison. Only Val came for me. Where were you?
I was doing what I could to get you out, Shin.
I know you. You were apologizing for them. Those who step your kind. Don't think it escaped my notice.
Those, them, as you call them, are not my kind. They are not my people.
In your inaction, Kalista. They are your kind.
Inaction.
At this moment, Korrin, Val, and Jaeger, you will have arrived where the group of people have assembled, this mob of individuals, some with fine weaponry, but the majority with knives, axes, tools of their trade, or even clubs, but they stand ready. And they stand on the opposite side of that long glass bridge that leads to Old Thaval-Ahim. On the opposite side, adjudicators, all of them.
Shin. I was doing what I could to get you out. I was using whatever power, whatever influence I had to free you. Without bloodshed, without pain. Words.
So much. And he raises his hand.
I know.
Without bloodshed.
I know, Shin.
You knew and I bet you even criticized. That I could not stop myself. Even in your face now, I see the disappointment and resentment.
Then you
I
are
could
seeing
not
things.
Stand idly by. And I will not apologize for that. And now I am about to go against all that I believe in and all that so that I can save your people. Your actual people. Not the ones you wish you were a part of.
Do you actually think I wish to be those people, Shin? I chose to live on the 4th Terrace. We chose it. My father was offered 100 times to join those people, and we never did.
Why do you still play by their rules?
At about that moment, you both hear, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Shin. It appears the window for that offer may have expired." And you all see a large, illusory image of the High Adjudicator projected on top of Thaval-Ahim itself, Old Thaval-Ahim. "Do not allow any insurrectionists to cross into Thaval-Ahim." And there is a rumbling sound, incredibly loud, and not just, it doesn't originate from here, from the low terrace. It's from the peak, from Aeltheris, from Old Thaval-Ahim. "Tonight, Thaval-Ahim rises above the corruption. We will maintain ourselves and our purity and await the day when Ivor is ready to begin again." And the bridge connecting the low terrace to Old Thaval-Ahim plummets to the ground as the enchantment keeping it aloft is broken. And you all see from Old Thaval-Ahim itself, miles down, a bright light that illuminates from below you all as if a sun beneath where you stand for a moment. The rumbling sound grows louder, and you all watch as shouts, as screams, and people fall back from where they had gathered, and you see Old Thaval-Ahim, and the 3 terraces, and all the others connected by bridges begin to rise. As there is a sonic blast as the peak of Aeltheris is severed from its attachment to Ivor, and it begins to rise. And at the moment that you notice it begin to rise, you feel your feet start to shift underneath of you, those who stand here. Everyone starts to scream in terror as the low terrace begins to fall from the sky.
Shin, in his horror, this is the price of inaction, Kalista. This is what senseless and ceaseless planning gets you.
Shin. This is the price of action. This is the price. This is the cost when you charge screaming at someone who holds scissors to your puppet strings. Change needs to happen. I will not disagree with you, Shin.
You coward.
And Shin rockets towards the climbing Thaval-Ahim.
Meanwhile,
This is gonna follow.
Yes, and Kalista, you say you follow. Meanwhile, shouts, screams, panic here in the low terrace. And as we see Shin and Kalista rocket off, and we see the four of you here begin to try to help however you can, think of ways to get people off of this before it impacts into the mountain below, you all hear something. But I saw Jaeger's hand.
So, who on our team is around Jaeger and the people right now? It's Val, Korrin.
Just you three, because unless Lorwryn has caught up since then. Okay, so it's just those two that you see with you.
He's gonna cast Death Ward on Val. And on...
Oh, fuck! Whoa. I still have Death Ward on. You gave it to me and...
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
You decide.
How long?
You decide who you're casting on really quick. I want to jump to Lorwryn because I saw your hand.
How long do we have until we impact?
At the current descent, it's not insanely fast, but it 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. You tell me if I can do this or not.
Hit me.
Spider form.
Okay.
I cast Time Stop. And try to slow us down.
Can I say, you can absolutely do this. This is something I would like to pursue in the next session, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to
That's fine.
impact. Yes, that is something.
It's either that, or I'm going to try to cast Wish that we
both are totally
don't
valid.
get up there.
Both are totally valid approaches, and that will be something we will hit next time. I promise.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to run it past you while I'm thinking about it.
Great thinking.
Yeah.
Jaeger. Who else?
A random civilian closest to him.
Okay. As you all do this, as Lorwryn begins to go through your mind all the things that you can do that we cut from the episode because they're totally going to be in there next time. But
yeah, I'm gonna also take a mutagen as we're fucking falling.
as you all, as The ground literally starts to go out from beneath your feet. You all preparing, helping how best you can, shouting, screaming, all of this chaos, confusion. There's a sound. Loud. Hundreds of sounds. Sounds that haven't been heard across the Thaval-Ahim for over a millennia. The roar of dragons. And that is where we'll pick up next time. Well...
What? What?
I believe Pride said, or I believe Balsabul said to one of you, "Oh, this is just the appetizer." These were the dominoes necessary for his army. As you correctly predicted, he needed an army. You just predicted the wrong one. That's where we'll pick up next time, y'all. Thank you so much for being here for episode 12-ish of Lords of Sin. Wow. That was a session.
Oh, fuck you!
We
Fuck you!
are going to be doing our little post-mortem, which you can listen to on our Patreon for just $5. So if you want to hear us all decompress about this, please do that there. Based off of where all of my players are emotionally right now, I'm going to make an executive decision to end this relatively quickly. Please take care of yourselves, friends. We love you. Follow these wonderful people on their socials. They're in the episode descriptions. We love you all. Take care of yourselves. And until we see you next time, go buff yourselves, y'all. Bye, friends.